Alright, welcome back, people. Happy Tuesday, everyone. How's it going? Hope everyone had a great weekend as we start another day of Star Wars: The Old Republic doing Datacron hunting. Last time we had a quite exhilarating, amazing experience with Runuk's Datacron. It took more than 4 hours indeed. So yeah, pretty much it was a really brutal experience, the hardest Datacron I've ever done, that's for sure. But point is, point is, I need one more. So today we are going to, and we couldn't get. I was planning on doing both Runuk and Kessan's landing, both of them back on Thursday of last week. However, I didn't have enough time. The Runuk's Datacron took way too much time, so for today, we are going to focus on Kessan's landings Datacron, pretty much. Right there. I have the guide right here. So if you see that I'm looking down over at my phone, it's because of that. I love doing Datacron hunting days. As you could see, people, I absolutely love it because it's a good solo experience. It's amazing. It's amazing. It takes ingenuity, patience, control, everything. So pretty much. So good. Sorry that I started a bit late, but actually I am here since 5 p.m. which is the correct starting point of my stream, pretty much. But it took me 27 minutes to set everything up because remember I have to downsample all of my sound. I have to downsample all of my sound channels and adjust the game without any soundtrack, and it's locked at 60 FPS and everything, so everything is smoothly and pretty much. Okay, so in order to get Kessan's Landing's Datacron, we need to get to the geothermal research repository there and do 8 quests, okay? So we need to do a total of 8 quests, just like we did with the Runuk Datacron, with the hidden chain. Yeah, my mount is not appropriate for this station. So basically, that's the idea. There it is. So basically, that's the idea. Okay. So for the Runux one, we need to do 3 hidden chain treasure hands, and here we have to do 8. We'll have to do 8 geothermal quests that I have right here. So I'll read the guide as we do it, because otherwise it would take much more than 4 hours. It would take days. So mission 1, schematic aspirations. The first mission is a bit out of the way, so you'll need to head to the southern area of Ardak Point. You can find the entrance that leads to an area called Run of Control. Go inside to find a terminal where you can start the geothermal shielding missions. Remember this spot. You'll need to go here often throughout the series of missions. You'll have to do 8 quests all from here. Okay, so we do it. Once you do that, you get the first mission. So you'll need to download the. Is it marked on the map? Ah, yeah, it's marked on the map. Look at that. Some schematic aspirations. It's marked on the map. Download the schematic data. Okay, this one is not like the hidden treasure chain apparently. Access authorization failed. Locate the thermal data stream. These are indicated on the map, right? Ah, yeah, they are indicated on the map. You look at that. I won't have to consult the guide constantly like last time. Oh. Is it over here? Over here. Here, the position on the map indicates right there. It's a binocular, classic binocular quest. So we identify the data stream and we follow it, of course. Of course we follow it. Okay, let's keep going. So basically we'll have to do 8 of these. We'll do 8 of these. And after that, we should get access to the Datacron. Very well. Second data stream. You have to pretty much identify them like that. Okay, good. Let's be swift, people. When you want to have this Datacron done by the end of the day, pretty much. Oh, we'll get to get out of the station. That's weird. We generally don't. We generally didn't when we did the story quests. Go for that one. Find the security mainframe. Okay. Aha, we begin with the problem. No. No, it's just still indicated. Still indicated on the map. They are not like hidden chain quests, apparently. Interesting. This maybe this one is more missions. Instead of 3, you get 8, but they are like more straightforward. That's the important part. So yeah, pretty much. Oh, here. So we get inside. Mounts are not allowed. You'll be dismounted. Okay, I get it. Find the security mainframe. I have to kill them all. No probs. I love doing that. What, my interrupts are not working or what? I don't think I have to kill them, but well, at least there's a bit of fighting. Good. Security mainframe. There are more. There are more tunnels, apparently. Okay. Let me clean the area, because otherwise this... Because otherwise traversing through these will be a pain. Hidden chain battler. Anyways, maybe it can be that I have to... Whether they are about to kill my comp. Find the security mainframe. The security mainframe. Has to be over there, I guess. By the end of the base. Somewhere. Has to be there somewhere. It has to be somewhere over there. Or maybe... I don't know if it's... I don't think it's a drop. Finding a security mainframe. I shouldn't have attacked them. Bro. Look at that. It wouldn't reveal until you get close. These are actually the mobs that these were actually the only mobs that I needed to kill, pretty much. Okay. Repel the chain. Ah, hidden chain. They are still considered chain quests. A hidden chain quest. Biometric scan complete. Employee card record not found. Okay. Access denied. Okay. Network status secure. Alright. Examine the empty combo key. Yeah. The keycard has 3 empty data stick ports. Recover the first data stick port. Okay. We progress a lot. You need to recover 3 security data sticks. These can be found on defeated NPCs in Kessan's landing. The first NPC you'll need to defeat is Security Officer Hank. You'll find him near the Freedom Arena. Search the premium area. What? Data paths. Examine the empty combo key, then take the east exit. This one. Okay. Anyways, it's indicated, I guess, because it's just a hint, but still. We need to follow the Datacron. We have to trust in the Datacron. In the Datacron, we have to carry what? Here? Recover the second data stick? It seems to be pretty straightforward. Huh, it has to be that one. The evidently big boss right over there. Freedom. No, it's the one close to Freedom. Near the Freedom Arena. Near the Freedom Arena. I feel tempted to kill this boss, but no matter. I feel so tempted to attack him. I feel so tempted to kill this, but no, we won't have enough time. Then I can do that anytime I'd like. Take a closer look at the combo key near the Freedom Arena. Security Officer King. Where is him? To the south? To the south over there. Okay, let's see. Security Officer Hank. There we go. This one should have one of them. We need to recover 3. And there it is. It's the second one, actually. You start with the second one. Okay. Subterranean power plant Ashar Tech Devourer. Fort Running Tech Devourer trainer location. What? Then it needs to get another data stick from the truck devourer. And where's that? Here. Fort Running exterior. I have a point, a fast travel point. They are closer to it, so pretty much I think we can make it faster like this. Okay, to the direction. Okay, let's go. Don't you love Datacron hunting people? It's like finding a treasure. It's like finding the treasure game. But to hell with it. Yeah. Ah, dang. Dang. No. Come over. Enough of this. Oh no. Idiots pulling me. That's right, thank you. What the fuck? He's a dead end. Dang. I should have started killing them. Damn. Can't work like this on the Datacron. Can't work like this on the Datacron. I need to move out of here. No. Well, I wanted to skip killing the mobs, but looks like it's not an option. It's not an option. Looks like it's not an option. Avoiding killing the mobs. We'll have to kill all of the mobs to get through.
We hope our inventory will meet your needs.
Okay.
Thank you for your patronage.
Okay, I wanted to skip the mobs, but apparently you can't. To make it faster. Oh well.
Welcome to our market, potential customer.
There we go. Okay. This one's... Yes, I think I can. This one. Come on, let's ensure this is fast, because otherwise killing all of these enemies to get to it will be cumbersome. Yo, how is it going, Patrick? It's an honor what you told me over at Discord that you would include me as a phrase in your yearbook. It's an absolute honor, my dear fella. That's an absolute honor for me. Well, glad the gorillas did appreciate at least the phrase, even if then they went to keep attacking each other. Oh well, still an honor. How's it going? How was your weekend? I think it's that one, huh? Commandant? No. He Chain Beastmaster. No, it's a Tech Devourer Trainer. It's a Tech Devourer Trainer. Let me see. Ah, it's on the other side. There. No, it's none of these. Let us keep hunting for the Datacron people. We have to do 8 quests. This one. This is the NPC. That was good. And there it is. First one. So we just need one more. The subterranean power plant, the Ashar Tech Devourer. Right where we started. So pretty much we have to go back there. Oh, I almost died. Nothing No, what do you mean? I almost died. Nothing crazy. No, what do you mean? No, what happened? Don't tell me the... No. No, what do you mean I almost died? Nothing crazy. No, what do you mean? No, what happened to you? Health? Any health issue? No. No, what do you mean, Patrick? You're young. You are healthy. What happened? No. Any attacks of evil? As I posted over at Discord. What do you mean you almost died? Don't preoccupy me like that. Wasn't it at the entrance? You had a stress attack, which means your heart rate was 140 just by laying on my bed for about 1 hour straight. Okay. That to hear. That happened to me once during the pandemic. Uh, don't worry. It generally, generally does not kill you. It generally does not kill you. No. No, I know it's difficult to imagine, but yeah, that happened to me during the pandemic. Uh, after taking care of my grandma for a week. In those cases, you have to inhale slowly and relax. Uh, okay. Mm. Sorry to hear. Sorry to hear. Sorry to hear. Uh, I don't know which kind of situation. I think it was here. Yeah, it's here. I don't know what kind of situation could have caused it, but pretty much well, it's generally related to something that we weren't ready to deal with. Pretty much to deal with. Oh, we have to assemble the key. Yeah, that day I broke down completely, but now I appreciate it in a weird way because now I feel even more honored to live. No. It generally does not. It's contrary to what we feel in those cases. I felt the same, and I felt the same things when it happened to me. But contrary to what we believe, the human body is more resistant than we give it credit for. Than we give it credit for. It's prepared for that and much more. Is what precisely the the cardiologist told me once. He told me your heart is perfectly fine, everything's perfectly fine, so like mental, psychological. I watch true crime videos with go videos, and well, I'm a very emotional person. No, why do you, Ambra told me something similar, that he was also exposed to those at a young age and was terrible. Maybe not those ones, but no, do not do not watch those things, especially as a kid. Probably it's even worse, but um, download the schematic data. Oh, right. Looks like we are done with the first one. Remember, we need to do 8. No, don't watch those things. I see now. I see now. A very emotional person. Okay. I get it. Okay. Yeah, the same happened to Ambra. He watched those, as he told me. He was exposed. Not that he watched voluntarily, but with friends and all those things. Pretty much those. No. Don't watch. Don't watch that shit. No. See, that's the problem. At your age, I was playing. I am still playing Pokemon, pretty much. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh, playing with games. Like the first time ever saw blood in this is a quite interesting topic, people. The first time I saw blood was with 13 years. 13 years in Assassin's Creed 1. I just wanted to play that game no matter what. And it was plus 18. I played it with 13, but pretty much there wasn't that much of a difference. The first time I saw blood was with Assassin's Creed 1. I wanted to play it so badly because it's a successor of Prince of Persia. I don't know if anyone knows this. This is history, but Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, The Warrior Within, and The Two Crowns. After that, the fourth one was going to be Assassin's Creed 1, and they changed the name of the franchise. We got a lawbreaker eraser before GTA. It's technically not illegal if you're. Yeah, I'm definitely a delinquent for it. It's not illegal technically with the consent of your parents, and my mother did buy it to me. She probably didn't know that there was blood, otherwise she wouldn't have let me. But well, no matter. I was quite mature for 13. Uh, well, it's just so you have a refer. Wasn't on my bingo to be honest. God, no. Well, no, technically, there's a detail. Dragon Ball Z wasn't censored back in my days, and that one also had blood, and I was younger as I as I watched it, but it's anime blood, so it doesn't count. I think like let's say more realistic looking blood is with Assassin's Creed 1 at 13 years. See, people cannot remember the first time they saw it in a movie or so. Obama, molecules, Roman Empire, lawbreaking seems about right. Oh no, I have many more things. I have many more things. That's just a portion. It's just a portion of what I am. It's just a portion of what I am. Okay, second geothermal quest. Advanced hypercoolant. Where is it? There. Advanced hypercoolant. Collect the hypercoolant enclosure. Enclosure. It's just a portion. It's just a portion. It's just a portion. But yeah. The first time I people, it's important. If you don't remember it like this, the first time you saw blood on any series, um, pretty much. Well, know that something went wrong. A bit, something went wrong. So you pretty much know that it's not your fault, but you should have seen blood. So young, so young. I don't watch terror movies, horror movies. I don't watch them directly, because I would be afraid. Uh, I think honestly by now not, because I would understand that they're all actors with tomato sauce and 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 just costumes, but it bores me because horror movies are based on one thing. They are all based on the impotency, the inability of the protagonist of defending himself from the creature. And I think that is so unrealistic from the creature or whatever the fuck is haunting them. And my mentality just doesn't work like that. It's like a it's like a disconnection that prevents me from enjoying any horror movie. I want the protagonist to stop feeling fear, doing an introspection, Thomas Aquinas wise, and grab the monster and strangle it. And I know it cannot happen because the second you can do that, there's no more horror. But it's pretty much the fighting instinct of the Roman Empire that you just cannot reprehend in me. In that case, I would constantly ask myself watching a horror movie, why doesn't the protagonist grab a rifle and start shooting the monster, or what, or strangle him, or or grab, or better, grab a sword and a medieval armor and start crashing. See, it would, I like instinctively change the genre, no matter what. When I see like a protagonist being killed by any monster in a horror movie and etc., I think it's a stupid. It's like I feel it absurd. Even less if it's something like a human being a killer or something like that. If it's not even supernatural, I start feeling that the protagonist it definitely wouldn't be Roman, and that like causes an internal psychological disconnection with me and the movie. Like I cannot relate to it, just like Rainbow Flag people cannot relate to a white male protagonist. See, that they say that stupid argument and etc. When we all know that what they are trying to do is destroy reality, because the white male protagonist is there to make it realistic. It does have a purpose. Uh, Due to human nature, the same happens to me with the horror movie. I cannot feel identified with a protagonist that doesn't fight the monsters. In that sense, I don't know if psychologically this would be analyzed as a very positive trait, or probably nowadays I would be called a Nazi or something for killing the monster. In that sense, I'm a terrible horror movie watcher. I wanted to watch a classic horror movie on Friday 13th, and I watched the behind the scenes video for 30. No, I directly don't watch them. I directly don't watch them. I think they also don't provide anything of value. They don't provide anything of value in that sense. And they just prey on the fears of people, and as well as realism always says, since it is a great virtue to suppress and eliminate as many fears as possible in life, the it's just hard for me to relate to it. Okay, so we have to go to the Tolls camp in the Starlight Pass, northwest pass of Ilum, northwest part of Ilum. Ah, you have to leave the planet. Ah, okay, okay, okay. It's a hunt. Hang on. Can I? Okay, okay. It takes you there. Okay, it takes you there. It's not so brutal, because in the previous one we had to do it manually. No, no, Patrick. I directly don't watch them. I think there's nothing more brutal or horror or horrific than life itself. A fear of dying alone, um, fear of the universe imploding and consuming us in an eternal darkness, as one of the probabilities, as as everything goes brutally cold, as the galaxies separate themselves. So, as you can see, uh, after thinking about the universe, I don't think watching a random a random actor spreading tomato sauce on themselves would serve any purpose than to actually feed a psychological images that are just chaotic on their own to draw the attention and make money due to that. In that sense, I don't think it serves a purpose. I'm not going a purpose. I'm not going to learn anything. None of us is going to learn anything from that other than good usage of tomato sauce. In that sense, so pretty much, I think it does not fucking provide anything of fucking value for your life, as then when you have to go out and pay rent is going to be the most horrific monster in your life. When people have to go out and pay, I never had to do that, but still I can relate to it. When people have to go pay rent, there's no horror movie that will prepare you for that. I assure you. Uh, I go to collect. Well, not me. As the one who goes and collects. the rent, I can tell you that it's like that. Not me, but my life situation with my family, pretty much. I can assure you, nothing is more, nothing will steal more fear than that. In that sense, for most people across their lives. What is your opinion about Darwin's law as a realist? Which one? Which one? Because he talked a lot about nature and etc. Start the hydrocoolant chemic crystals. Your next goal is to extract 6 hypercoolant chemical. What do you mean? The Darwin about the theory of evolution. You mean that we descend from monkeys? That one is the most famous one. That one you mean, or other ones? They both glow and have red arrows pointing at them. Hypercoolant chemical crystals are easy to see. Really? If you say so. Those ones? No, that's part of the. It's see people. They are overlapping. The stupid event here. Can I abandon it? The stupid zone event is overlapping. This one, empty hypercoolant container. No, I need the chemi crystals. Extract 6 hypercoolant chemi crystals. Okay, let's get out of this zone. Extract 6 hyper. They are glowing red. What the? They both glow and have red arrows pointing at them for this phase of them. Where's the fucking red arrow pointing at them? Russians and fuck. Oh, that is stupid event. Fuck it. Hypercoolant chemi crystals. Extract hypercoolant chemi crystals. That one? No. Yeah, that one. Okay, the one about evolution. Okay. Oh, this stupid event is overlapping with my hunting. Okay, I'll go about it, huh? No worries, Patrick. Here I go. But I have a more controversial as well. Natural selection is the other one I was going to. Organisms with traits better suited for their environment are more likely to survive and reproduce, passing those advantages to the next generation. Okay, the next generation. Okay, so I'll go one by one. First, the theory of evolution, then natural selection. Theory of evolution. It is true that we descend from monkeys, but realism, as realism would state, I agree with this. Since we are governed by oh, I got an okay. Then I wait. Anyways, I need to find these crystals. Then you tell me when you are back. What is the meaning of this shit? They are glowing. They are easy to find because they are glowing red and have. Back? Can I repeat it from the start? Okay. No, I didn't start. I didn't start because of the other. Okay. Good. So it was theory of evolution and then natural selection. Theory of evolution. So, for those of you who don't know, Darwin is basically the British, I think he was, the British scientist that discovered that we descend from monkeys and we basically evolved from monkeys. Previously to that, it was considered that basically Zeus created us and then the Christian God and Jesus and all we know. Okay. So, how did realism interpret this? I agree with it.
We've been hit! Raise the shields and get this transport operational! Code Red, we've been hit! Raise the shields and
Oh,
get
this
this
is
transport
unbearable.
operational!
This event here bothering me as I do the quest. I agree with the theory of evolution up to a certain point. I do agree that we descend from we descend from monkeys, but I think it's wrongly interpreted nowadays. Okay, there I found one. What is this? Huh? This one? So I found one. Good. Okay, good. I agree, but I think nowadays it's being exaggerated and wrongly interpreted. Why? Because while it is true that we derive from monkeys and etc. through millions of years of evolution, people thinks people think, sorry, that because of that we are indeed shit. No, we are indeed monkeys. Hmm. People have relativism has grabbed the original meaning and twisted it uh, wrongly, wrongly to make people say this. People say nowadays this, we are monkeys. No, we descend from monkeys. Okay, we are, but we are not monkeys. We are human beings. Oh, just like the church said, we have a soul, so that makes us different from animals, as you indicate. Well, it's not only that. It's not that. It's that our brain has suffered mutations severe enough, as to be classified as a completely different species from monkeys. Why? Because the mutations our brain has suffered developed logic, okay? And the second you are governed, there's a probability, at least, there's a probability, not everyone, there's a probability you are going to be governed by such a different force than a natural instinct like animals have. I think it is not fair to say that we are still monkeys. Okay? So people think that they will tell you we are mammals and we are still monkeys. Uh, no, we are not monkeys. Why? Because we are governed by logic. We are not animals. Okay. So there I will do a more accurate interpretation and more correct interpretation of the theory, because I know nowadays people believe that we are just monkeys. That is wrong. That is wrong. We evolved from monkeys. We are not monkeys. Okay? So that would be my take on Darwin's theory, which is quite similar to what realism said. So not we are monkeys. We evolved from monkeys, okay? It is different. And nowadays, relativism couldn't interpret this correctly, I think, since long ago. Okay, second one that you are telling me. That's regarding the one that you asked me about, theory of evolution. Then, natural selection. Natural selection. I know this theory has been used to back a lot of the modern situations that we are experiencing with extremist extremist feminism, Patrick, that we have sadly that has sadly been encouraged by the illiteracy and evil of Obama and all that we already know and we've discussed. So interesting one. Natural selection. I believe I believe that while there is a natural selection, this is basically Darwin's law also. Indeed, because the only way you can, do you know why? Because the only way you can pretty much accept relativism and socialism and
How did the imps get mortars this close?
you can accept relativism and socialism, which then turn into that one, is by accepting that we are fucking monkeys, precisely, and no matter what, I think I see those two from afar, and only by accepting those you can say that that mental perception can override objective metaphysical reality, pretty much, because pretty much you are using it like an instinct to try to to try to ignore logic. It makes sense because it implies ignoring logic, precisely. It's like embracing um okay, that one is on. Next one, high grade Durasteel. Had to go to Corellia. It's like embracing um we are not done with the quest. I made a critical mistake there. Dang it. You have to collect, go back to your faction's base, way station to collect the enzyme probe kit. Dang it. Fuck. Collect an enzyme probe kit. Fuck it. Pretty much because it's embracing it's rejecting logic. It's rejecting logic in that sense, and embracing being an animal, precisely. Socialism at the end of the day. And socialism, in one of its forms, is that one that you precisely mentioned. Okay, but just so we don't lose sight of the main core of the debate, going into natural selection has been used a lot against feminism. I know, due to it, there is a bit of natural selection. There's a bit. I because naturally not everyone 100% can have children genetically. Uh, in that sense, not everyone can genetically have children. In that sense, but once again, if we assume that logic is what should govern us, if we assume, as I do, that logic is what should govern us, and we observe as empirical evidence that human beings are meant to be born, grow, reproduce, and die, in an ideal scenario, the natural selection should not ever exceed those genetical limitations I am mentioning. What do I mean by this? Be careful with doing with interpreting the shitty attitudes of feminism with a natural selection. Why? Because it's buying into the trap perpetuating the cycle of hatred of Obama. What do I mean by this? The crazy feminist, uh, uh, has been brainwashed and collect downtown enzymes. Sorry. The crazy feminist has been brainwashed, and believes that children are a burden. That children are a burden. That children are a burden, and pretty much that it is possible to feel complete due to them being a burden, like without men and without forming a family. That is not her. All of those feminists crazy thinking that is not, and ending up being brainwashed by that is not a natural selection. That is not a natural selection. Natural selection is that due to a genetic problem, due to a genetic deficiency, the person has zero probability of having children. That is an strict definition of it. Don't be confused with this that I'm saying, of them being brainwashed, because otherwise we perpetuate Obama's cycle of hatred, because then men think that they are crazy, and they think that men are disposable, and at the end of the day, we end up perpetuating not a natural selection, a genocide. This is a genocide. It's not a natural selection. So I like calling things by their names. This is a genocide by omission. In law, you can do things by action or omission. This is a genocide by omission. Meritocratic selection could work perfectly. Meritocratic selection could work perfectly. Indeed, people need to once again meet each other. Dating apps need to be completely obliterated and all of its owners properly executed for doing another genocide by omission, alongside Obama going to jail. We need to go back to the 90s. People need to meet each other without being crazy, and that way they would mature. I would say maturity is what is the one factor that can properly influence selection. People need to mature. People need to mature. Hang on, Outside, pick up one, pick one up to continue the mission. And simmer probe kits. Okay, you need to find the town. Unfortunately, there are many going around. Combine the materials with the mission and the plan for return to Earth is to expose the container to extreme cold. And how do I do that? Hang on. It's maturity. What's your opinion about dating apps? I know a few successful love story. They shouldn't exist. They shouldn't exist. I think they shouldn't exist. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I think it's a very, very. I would never use them. It's a very, very artificial way of providing a solution to a problem that shouldn't exist, which is the lack of maturity of people to relate naturally as it has always been throughout history. I don't think any relationship derived from them can have the solidness, the moral integrity of nature in that sense. I know this sounds very old. I know this sounds pretty terrible for nowadays, but I think they are like a very, very artificial way of providing a solution to a problem that shouldn't exist, which is that people should be more mature. Okay? So no, I don't even know what they are. I don't even know their names. I don't know anything about them. Just like I do with any show released after 2015, I do the same with that. If everyone behaved like me, they would have a hard time. The world would have a hard time. The world would have manipulators would have a very, very hard time changing things and influencing people. They would have a very hard time because I do it like that. Combine the materials with the mission item or the mission paint. Maybe it's bugged. Hang on, maybe it's bugged because I couldn't combine them. Tauntaun enzymes. And how do I combine? Expose the containers. How do I expose them to extreme? The resistance mission is for a hint. If you wish to do it this way, you can skip. Expose the container to a extreme wall. You will need to go southeast of the Republic's base camp. Ah, we have to freeze to death. You can either get out or freeze to death to respawn. We have to exit the map. That's a very that's a very curious way of doing so. What? Like that there? Okay, we have to exit the map. Do I have any point? No, there's no point. Don't I have there? Oh, you have to go all the way over here. Oh, we'll have a long way to go there, people. To tell some means. And you know a very few successful stories. Well, I'm proud in the sense that those are at least. Uh, hang on, Patrick. I will agree. I will agree one thing. Anything, anything. I have some counter arguments. I have found. I have found with the AI. I also don't use that shit. You are giving your data to China in case you are interested. You are giving all of your data to China. You are training it for China, in case you are interested. Uh, in that sense, I will agree. I will hang on. It's not all negative. I will agree one thing about those. It is better than perpetuating the cycle of hatred even more with by not reproducing in that sense and people not connecting with each other in that sense. I will agree to that. I will agree to that. I will agree to that. I will agree to that in that sense. So well, but still, I think they are providing a solution for something that should have never happened, which is people being so immature as to need those as to artificially relate with another. I guess I have to. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if I were 40 years and about to die alone, completely under complete pressure, under no other choice. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it is. I don't know, but still, I would feel so, so miserable, so miserable. Even touching, looking at something like that, I would feel so terribly, deeply miserable that I will. Because it's artificial, and I hate artificial things regarding that topic. Erase, how's it going, District? I'm not District. What happened to your name? You added another S and a T. Did you get hacked? Razor, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kinda scared with this war. Food, gas, electricity was high enough already. Now will be even higher because of the war. How can we survive now? Sorry if you got your account hacked. I'm sorry if the food is going up like that. Yeah, I changed it. District, sorry to hear that everything is going through the roof in that sense. Sorry that everything's going through the roof. Everything is bad. Yeah, I know, but it was an inevitable outcome. That's what I have to. It was an inevitable outcome. It was an inevitable outcome. The war would have happened one way or another. It would have happened one way or another. Because the evil was advancing for 20 years. In the previous 20 years, tell me, District, were we better? No, we were heading into the same direction. This maybe accelerates the increase of the oil and everything, and stupid people watching Sank or Hasani looking at it in camera see how Irem muzzle them, and they make fun in chat in watching Sak or Hassan Hassanabi. Okay, looking at Israel coming to see how Iran missile them. Where do you? Hassanabi. Okay, and then made fun. Yeah, no, that one is that one is the worst. Even District Imagine, even Pillow complained about him. Pillow complained about him. Romania. Pillow complained about him. Pillow complained. Let the cold kill us, people. There we go. This is the end of the map. You can see we are pretty much outside of the map. Country. Romania, our country, that everything is so hot, you can barely survive. Okay. District, I don't know how it is your personal situation. In that case, all of my strength, I know how brutal it is. Uh, if truly the country cannot provide that, I know this is terribly hard, but I would at that point consider moving, I don't know, somewhere. Look, even I want to move and my country is resurging. So, I don't know, is what I would think. Oh yeah, well I live in Hungary or I will fell parallel with you. We have a store and it's hard to sell anything because people don't have money. I've been, my country has been there so many times that by now it is like I get it. It's terribly brutal. It's terribly brutal district, but when that happened to us here, uh, try to, or when it happened to my ancestors in Syria, uh, tried to, and they came here with nothing. Try to buy only, spend only on the necessary things. If needed, turn off all of the lights of your home. Don't spend electricity. Do not spend nothing. Uh, do so until this dark period goes away a bit. It's what I would try to do. No more fancy food, no more nothing. Just maybe fruit and these wars are hurting hurting other countries. No, yeah, of course, it's going to hurt. It is hurting the global economy as a whole, and that, like as a waterfall, affects the other ones. The one that you mentioned, the Hasanabi, is the person who shocked his own dog. He shocked his own dog on camera. So imagine, even Pillow didn't like him because of that. So imagine uh, in that sense. Go to the runoff control and use the component world. When you do this, that mission is complete. Okay, we can go to the other one. So imagine the war pushes migrants out as well from that country towards yours. In that sense, it's like that. It's like that. In World War II, it happened to my great grandpa. To all of my great grandpas. My four great grandpa. You are experiencing, those of you in Europe, what the ancestors of those of us who are in the Americas had to go through in that sense. So all of my empathy, all of my love, uh, district, uh, and you, Patrick, you say you're going to fall as well with them. That's a way of empathy. Uh, I can only say, besides those suggestions, that if the great grandparents of all of us who are here in the Americas came here with nothing from the devastation of Europe, I'll try to give you hope to survive, showing you that our ancestors could do so. In my country, the price, people will not buy gas anymore for the cars. In Romania. The price went insane today. Romania fell, we take away Transylvania, and then we fall as well. $2.28 for 1 liter of gas. In my country, it has been much worse. We've hit like 17,000% inflation. See, that's the thing, people. After you see the demon of inflation on on its eyes, in that sense, that's why in Argentina we have like anesthesia for this. In that sense, we have a sedant in that sense regarding this, because for us it was like $2. Imagine, after coming from World War II with nothing, here, a country that then cost 7 bankruptcies with inflation. So imagine, in that sense. Labor Valley for an imperial Ghana. Labor, Labor Valley. But what is your opinion? Well, literally, I didn't want to say to not to not make you feel bad. I wrote a message over at Discord during the weekend. Israel can defend themselves. My opinion, don't take a war. You can win. No, I don't think that's not the situation. I think that evil has been cornered, and and is about to have a hard time for 15 to 20 years. This is a thing that people don't understand. If you want
We're gonna have fun with you, rat.
my intention. This one, right? The gunner. No matter what Europe and the United States had done, because Europe then followed. No matter what the United States had done, these people they are fighting would have killed all of us anyways. That's what people need to understand. This is not a matter of oil, believe it or not. The oil is a consequence of the fact that I'm telling you. They would have killed us all, whatever we did. Doesn't matter what. Whatever we did, they would have killed us all. Regarding the status of the conflict itself, that you are saying that they can win, they are winning. I don't know what news feed you are being told there in Europe, because there are a lot that are pro-evil, let's say. I'm not going to name anything I don't want anymore. Trouble. It's pro-evil. I assure you that they are surrounded. It's just air defense. Useless. In that sense, evil is cornered right now. Evil is cornered right now. I just saw they get hit all the time. Yes, but overall the region has lost all of the powers that could threaten their position like they used to do. And that was the point. First it was Syria, then with the treaties they actually have most of the Western Arabian territories supporting, this is reality, supporting the United States and Israel. Then Afghanistan, then Biden retreated from Afghanistan, and right now, the extremists are cornered in that country. Pretty much in Persia, let's say, because it's Persia. You know it's Persia, actually. So pretty much, I think, on the contrary, I don't know which what are other international news outlets saying, but here in the Americas, there's defined information that they have. Another reason, they were about to develop the nuclear warhead. Whatever consequence we face can never be worse than such dangerous people, such evil people having the nuclear war. What is your predict? How long will it take to win over Persia, let's say? Uh, as I told you, Patrick, the United States could invade all countries in the world simultaneously, all of our countries simultaneously, if it wanted, and take them all. And take them all. This is not an exaggeration. Why? Because there are air carriers. Also, your opinion, do you think we'll use it? It's already destroyed. What kind of stuff? That is already destroyed. That is already destroyed, district. They just hit the target. Some 1 hour ago. They hit the target. Do you know how it was that they attacked? I don't know what information you have there, but here we have pretty good journalism, and it was like this. That had to be fake. That they destroyed it? No, it's not fake. If they destroyed their control, must have. If it is destroyed, their country must have been banished. It's not that they hit the nuclear warheads and they exploded. The facility that was doing the research to achieve the enrichment of uranium was destroyed. Isn't like the same? No, it doesn't explode, the material. They didn't have the warhead. If you explode it. No. It's like the raw material district. Like they destroy the facility with the raw material. The raw material. You need to enrich your uranium up to 90% for it to then add it inside of the warhead. And I'm verifying that we have very good. Yeah, I get it. So they had it at. It was like this. They had it at 60%. You need to enrich the uranium to 90%. Okay? For then add it inside of the warhead to create the nuclear fission. They had it at 60%. They had it at 60%. Trump started telling them, don't enrich it. You will never have it. You will never have it. Don't keep enriching the uranium. Don't keep enriching. And they kept enriching the uranium. They kept doing so. They kept doing so beyond 60%. Apparently, this is not confirmed, but apparently it went down like this. Beyond 60%, they were advancing rapidly. Flying energies, no, until NA use it first, they waiting says flying energy. Welcome to the war room, flying energies. Welcome to the war room. We are here, the commanders. Eraser saying you destroyed the nuclear. They destroyed the uranium enrichment facility, which was at 60%, and the data that the United States had and Israel, that beyond 60%, after Trump told them, do not enrich it. Do not enrich it beyond 60%. Don't keep going. Don't keep going. Don't keep going. Stop it. Come to the negotiation table. Don't. They kept going. They kept going. They kept going. And apparently, this is not confirmed, but apparently, at 60%, so that's why they were apparently beyond 60%, they were advancing very rapidly. The stretch between 60% and 90%, apparently, the final stretch of uranium enriching was going on quite fast. How do they know this? Because of how they infiltrated them and had all of the targets marked. Do you know how it was? I don't know if news outlets in Europe are saying this. They infiltrated agents that acted like medics, like doctors, real doctors, that when the evil members, let's just say, uh, had a broken leg, for example, or a wisdom tooth, is it true that the ninja? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. That one I don't know. I started the stream and I stopped seeing it. The last thing I saw was that they just hit the uranium enriching facility, and pretty much it's over. It's pretty much over. The United States won't let them enrich the uranium beyond 60%, doing the final stretch between 60% and 90, which is apparently very fast. They just won't let it because at that point they can put it just you just put it in the warhead and it's over it's confirmed that she's trying to hit him but got her instead. Okay. I know I got inside, but do you know how they infiltrated? Pretty much. So they were agents like doctors and etc. And when the members of evil uh, got like a broken leg or a wisdom tooth or whatever, the medic would um, treat them, but put a nanotechnology tracker on them. But I didn't know they had nuclear. They didn't. They were enriching. They were in the process of getting it. So, in the process of getting it, in the process of getting it, you have to enrich the uranium up to 90% for that. They were at 60. You mean NATO? No, many more have it. NATO members, yes. Many more have it. Many more have it. NATO members, yes, district. They, the attack on Persia, I will just use Persia, was because they were trying to get it. They were at, I'm telling you, 60%. Yes, a lot have it. Yeah. It's like Flying Energy says here. District. Even where he is in Germany, it is. I think Spain, Italy, all of the big ones have it. All of the big ones have it. So what is the goal now? Well, that was asked by Patrick. They need to ensure 100% that all of the enrichment uranium facilities are destroyed. They are not going to explode, district. They are not going to explode. Besides the bombardment, of course. I take for granted you said a nuclear-wide explosion. That's not going to happen because it's still being enriched. It's the raw material. It's the raw material. You have to figure it like, I don't know, sugar or grains of salt, something like that, imagine. It's not going to cause a nuclear devastation because it wasn't inside of a warhead. You have to imagine it like all, like, you have to imagine it like all in a big, bowl, massive, with all of the uranium rotating. Nuclear war is not the goal. If that happens, it's over for the nation. No, it's like precisely Flying Energy is telling you, district. With that detail, they didn't have it and reached up to 90%. The thing is that the Patrick, I hope Trump doesn't run out of time. No, it's already over. They hit the uranium enrichment facility. There may be attacks on the region. And the region, regarding what you asked before, district, regarding Israel's situation, is the best situation ever they are in. They are in the best situation ever. Why? Because a region without any big regional powers, well, at the end of the day, is favorable to Israel. Like, it's the basics of war, people. He needs all. Israel needs like all of the surrounding countries with small fractured governments in that sense. I mean, Trump should unite Europe, right? That's the end goal. In the end, well, that's regarding the negotiation table. In the end, they supported him. In the end, they supported him. At the beginning, it was Great Britain, Great Britain, Germany, and France, the three main military powers. At the beginning, they didn't want to. They let Trump start. They let Trump. Trump said we take 2 weeks, then 4 weeks, and now it's without. No, yeah, he always does that. He always says you have 15 days. He told it to the dictator here, to the Venezuelan dictator. You have 15 days. You have 15 days. When he tells you you have 15 days, every time he told you have 15 days to to everyone, in the fifth, fourth, or third day, the person was captured in the case of. He think he can scare people like that. You have 15 days. 15 days. The Persians, I'll just say it, is not Palestine. You think it won't be like that? That he that he won't prevail? You think he won't prevail, Flying Energies? I think he's progressing. Here the news are that he's progressing very swiftly. I think because of the population. Maybe you say that it's 90 million. It is true. It is true. It's 90 million in that sense. Thermal regulator unit. Hang on, I need another one. I think I need another one. I think we're done here. Because it's 90 million. You mean? Hang on, huh? Ah, it's the other one. It's part of the. Okay, that's why it's the other quest. Okay, no, the other one. This one is done. The next one. Let's travel to the next planet. Here. Let's go. Which one is it? In Iokath. Over at Iokath expands. Thermal regulator unit. So far, no succeeded. Uh, no one succeeded in doing what he did. You mean? It is true that here is 90 million population. It's more, but still, I think I think this time he's terrific, and he's Bush tried. True, Bush tried, and
Be careful.
it did advance. It did advance. It did advance. It did dismantle not Persia, but Iraq instead. Well, not Bush with Obama in that sense. Bush tried with. He started it. That's if it goes so far. 40 rocket alerts in just one as you can see on Asmongold stream. Well, no, but those are. I assure you, I have better information. I assure you, I have much better information. Those, I assure you, I have much better information. I assure you. I assure you, I have much better information. Is there any chance that Iran will surrender? Yes, there are some that are already talking. There are some that are already trying to negotiate, but since it's 80 of them, 40 are already dead. There's 40 left, and some of them will have to. Uh, they are already talking. They are already talking. This is information. This is not my perception. They are already in that sense. I don't know. Yes, if there has no support from other countries, China, which is the main one that they are getting the oil from. By the way, flying energies, like Russia, flying energies. I'm happy that this is the first time I can chat about politics with you. It's the first time that I can also chat about politics with you. Well, no, Patrick, they will. I think if they trigger Russia or China, no, XD. Look, yeah, it's the first time. I generally don't like pushing it on people, so I'm very happy. I'm very happy. The war had a positive outcome. Trust me. If they trigger Russia, Trump can just no. I think all of this is precisely because China and Russia know that they cannot defy the United States army on their own. China versus NATO. I bet on NATO. So, no, it's not even going to be NATO. Uh, guys, it's the same that I tell to Pillow. They're in Europe because of Ursula von der Leyen. I think you are all under an umbrella of influence of China and Russia's news outlets. I am beginning to see a. um, I bet Soviet Union 100%. Hey, Pillow would enter in a collapse right now. Pillow would enter in a collapse right now. Eh, as the backyard of the United States, I can give you the info that they could attack all of our countries simultaneously, and and they would probably take them. The reason why they haven't been able to progress beyond all of that, America probably have the stronger military. Second is China. They are constructing their first uh, destroyer, but besides, it's not about. And the United States has 12, and one is nuclear fuel. That means it doesn't have to refill, as I always tell. But it's not that, guy. I love this because it's like a war room. It's like a war room that we are analyzing from different points of the world the situation. Okay, so it's a technology. I know you love this. So flying, yeah. I deeply love it. I deeply love it. I deeply love discussing all of this. That's why I started. Yes. I deeply love it. Discussing all of this. I love it because we are seeing history unfold, and we are alive to see it. This might as well be classified as either a third. I don't think it's a third world war because that would need it to be a hot conflict, open conflict, and it's more through proxies, like Israel represents the United States and Persia, let's say. I don't want any problem over on YouTube. China, pretty much. So it's still a Cold War, believe it or not. I know that you'll tell me the missiles are flying, all of that, etc. But it's still a Cold War. It's not the United States declaring the war to China. That would be a World War III. It's like a second Cold War that we are having. Uh, but it's a technology. I think World War III could only happen if Russia attacks a NATO member. True. Absolutely precise point. Absolutely precise point. By the way, to the three of you, what I wrote over at Discord, try not to get out of your homes frequently. Here we have already in Texas there was already a shooting yesterday uh, uh, because of any dormant cells of evil. Here the United States Embassy is already reinforced, even if we are like uh, and uh, and not only that, rest assured of something. That's one thing you can be uh, relaxed about is that only like one type of all of the missiles that they are shooting. Here fuel now to euro because of the war. XD in Germany. Like energy. Well, a district was telling me the price. Two and a bit. It was 218 could it be? It was 218 was? 218 it was a district for you? 228. 228. One letter of guard. Hi there, nice to see you. Chaotic Chemistry, how's it going from Brazil? We are doing a war room. It was like 1.60 to 1.70. Now it's 2 euros. The flying energies. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much it. Well, but consider these flying energies. Nothing can be worse than the inflation we've lived here in Argentina. We got to 17,000% core something crazy, which is like 200 of what you measure. So 7 times. 7 times. How are? Nice to see you again. How are you? Chaotic chemistry. Well, very well. We are seeing the development of the war. It was ironic because I chatted with you, and then and the next day it was missiles all over Middle East, pretty much. And we are like debating in we are like debating the war. Pretty much enjoyed the conversation the other day deeply. So as I'm looking for the other Datacron here, I was surprised during the weekend. I couldn't study. I couldn't do anything because I was watching this pretty much. Fine, fine. Thank you for it. I'm doing all right. I had a mood changing day. I've been having pretty unstable days. Oh, sad to hear that. Sad to hear that. Sad to hear that. Sad to hear that. What would be the reason? If I may know, what would be the reason? Hope it improves. Hope it improves. Hope it improves. In that sense. Yeah, pretty much. So it went up to €2, you say, flying energies. Yeah. Well, it was unavoidable flying energy, as I was telling to district. They were at 60% enriching the uranium, and apparently from 60 to 90 they were progressing very fast. So there was no way. No way. Also, you think this war will last many years too? No, no. I think that as the United States is saying, maybe the succession and the stabilization of the country lasts more, but the conflict itself, they already hit the main uranium facility. The main objective is already killed. Then the religious the religious hatred for the West will exist forever. That yes. But in practical terms, what happens? For another 100 years, it will be calm, I guess. 100, maybe I exaggerated. For the next 50 years, it will be calm. The uranium enrichment is destroyed. It will last many years. District is pretty much like that. The hatred for the West, and I tell you, even if he hadn't attacked, this is the key district that people don't understand generally. Even if he hadn't attacked, even if nothing, even if no Israel, no nothing, they would have still tried to kill us all because they just hate Western religion and they're fanatic killers and etc. It's just like it is. Uh, it's just like it is. It's uh, it's uh, It's pretty much like that. It's pretty much like that. They would kill us all without. No, they don't need a reason. That's the thing that Europe and a lot of people don't understand. They don't need a reason to kill us all. It doesn't matter if it's Romania, Germany. Here in Argentina, we had two attacks in the 90s with 100 people dead. More than 100 people dead. It doesn't matter if it's Argentina, Romania, Hungary, Germany, Hungary, Brazil. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. They want us all dead. First Venezuela, then who's next? Who's next? I replied over at Discord to Patrick here. It's Cuba because of the World Cup chaotic chemistry. It's Cuba 100%. It's Cuba 100% because they need the World Cup to unfold without any kind of issues, the United States. Not because of any passion for soccer that the Americans may have, because it's generally not their preferred sport, but because of the money it will bring to the United States. It moves a lot of money. A World Cup moves a lot of money, and they cannot have that region. And the part of Venezuela, well, they stole all of the oil. They stole all of the oil 15 years ago with Chavez and Chevron was the company. There was no way that would have ended anyway. He should be grateful that he's alive to be questioned by the FBI. I give it 2 months, says Flying Energy. And after Cuba, what is your prediction, says Well, that one is a bit harder. I think that after that one, he will finally try to solve Ukraine and Russia. Also, I will tell you something. In maximum 3 to 4 years, Russia will be close to take Ukraine capital. They're really moving forward. So no, no, well, precisely. I think that the second Europe stops being controlled by China, overall, not all of your countries, mine as well, Italy. eh, I think that once that stops, the invasion will end. Like immediately, like you are seeing that the other ones are ending, you'll see that this one is ending as well. Uh, people need to understand. People need to understand that in a scenario of Cold War, you cannot remain neutral. Europe needs to choose. I guess I have to say as Europeans, I am here in the Americas, I got the citizenship, so I will say we. I'll take also a part of the blame and responsibility. We have to, but I have already chosen long ago. Have to choose if we'd like to live like in China or like in the United States. When I posed this question, for example, in chat long ago, I remember I think it was Pelo who told me something like this. I wouldn't vote, or what? You cannot remain neutral in a Cold War. Next country then, XD. Next country then, XD. The flying energies. The problem is that the next country would be precisely a NATO member. It would be precisely a NATO member. If like I don't know, and that would trigger Article 5. The problem is that is being controlled by China, and China wouldn't let Article 5. We would see if it would activate or not. Europe is in a very tough spot, just like we were. Next country is my country, says district. You think it's Romania district? But no, but that one is part of NATO, huh? It's part of NATO. Would trigger Article 5. Run district until it's not late. Romania or Moldova. I think is Moldova part of the European Union? Would it trigger Article 5? Yeah, I've already told that to District Flying Energies to migrate. He has European citizenship, but the problem is that, of course, where you are, but where are you going to live and etc. It's tough. It's very tough because it's what my ancestors had to do in World War II. What my ancestors had to do in World War II. I remember I always told you it was from my great grandpa was from northwestern Italy, where precisely Mussolini. But I'm in a safe zone. I live like in the capital. No, no, I think it would trigger Article 5, and I think it's never going to happen if you ask me. But still, it's a psychological terror in that sense. So they would go for Romania. They have a long way to get here. Yeah, that's the thing. I told it to you, District, several times. I would be brutally scared in that sense, but do not let fear take you. Do not let fear take you. In that sense, keep analyzing all of the situation and everything, and I do believe it's never going to happen. If I had to tell you, I do believe it's never going to happen. But well, it's the anxiety, the psychological anxiety, and the fear it causes. Only my great grandpa would have to come back from the dead and comfort you, because it's something I can relate to as I live in the absolute isolation. No one is safe. It's always risky wherever you are. One person can shut down a lot of lives. Good point, says Flying Energies. Good point there, Flying Energies. Good point. Good point. You never know when a dormant cell is going to. He's completely right, District. Good point. Yeah, that's why I told you all at Discord. Stay at home, if possible, of course. It's like that. Look, District. Even here, like in Antarctica, I literally live in the most isolated country in the world. That's why Razor says, take care when you go outside. Stay home possible. Precisely. Look, District, I live in Antarctica. Like, my country is the most isolated in the world besides Australia and New Zealand. Like, we're even outside of nuclear range from all countries except for from the United States, which is our ally. Right now, fortunately, after 70 years. It has changed in the last presidency. And even then, there was an attack in the 90s. Even then, there was an attack in the 90s, and people died. It was the Jewish embassy. It was the Jewish embassy attack. They blew up the Jewish embassy there, and they killed the main prosecutor that was investigating the agreement with Persia to not investigate them blowing up that it was them. The former president that also died in the attacks was the one that killed people here with that. So imagine if here at the end of the world, just because when we approached the US that happened in the 90s, imagine if it can it's like Flag Energy saying, can happen anywhere. Stay at home is what I would say. Stay at home until the United States pushes forward in that sense. They already destroyed the nuclear silo enrichment. Need to keep going. What is disgusting? What is it? I'm just saying Russia so far took 12 cities from Ukraine. Like in Germany on the December the 20th, far took cities from Ukraine. Yes, no, but regarding that district, the second Europe stops, Europe needs to pick a side and stop supporting China. Needs to pick a side. Needs to pick a side and stop like trying to remain neutral, doing commercial agreements with China like that. It needs to pick a side. Needs to pick a side. Not stop all commerce. No, but needs to pick a side ideologically. You cannot because you cannot remain neutral in a Cold War. My region did that with the Soviet Union, and we became third world for 30 years. It's like that. For example, Spain right now, the last thing I saw was that they were that they denied having military bases of the US with that. They denied that. And Trump asked to cut all commerce. It's like that. Like in Germany on December the 20th, 2024, an SUV was driven at a crash. Yes, I remember that one. In Magdeburg, Germany, and injuring 309. Indeed, pretty much, and that's not far from where you are flying energy. Okay. It's like that. It's like that. They're fighting now for Orkim, Zaporizhia, and both chunks. Okay, I get it. So yeah, I don't have many news. I didn't have many news because this is taking from that front because that one is because all of the Middle East is taking all of the is taking all of the far west and east of the Iao Catholic expanse. Okay, good. Is taking all of the news outlets titles of the news, but that's the best thing I can tell you. That's like Flying Energy says. That's why Razor says take care when you go outside, stay home when possible. Precisely because of what he said. No one is safe because it's always risky wherever you are. One person only one dormant cell can take a lot of lives. But regarding the state of Middle East district, what you told me before, they could have killed the president of Israel's daughter and etc. with the bombardment and etc. But regarding the state of the conflict overall, the United States destroyed many is destroying many key targets by every passing hour. In that sense, so why don't you stream politics? You could make a strong community. The flying energies. Uh, because I like playing the games at the end of the day. Flying energies. I like playing the games. And besides flying energy, I think it looks good that as I debate all of these, um, there's a game in the background in that sense. Thank you for the conversation, says Patrick, and have a good night and chat. You're Patrick. If you have any other questions about philosophy, or anything that you want to tell me about your yearbook, once again, it's a deep personal honor that you included my phrase there. You write to me over at Discord, no problem, and I'm here on Thursday. But of course, you need to be neutral when you talk about this, so no one hates you. Yeah, that's the thing. I wouldn't be neutral, and besides, I wouldn't be neutral 100%. Patrick, thank you from the bottom of my heart for always visiting me, and and write to me over at Discord anything that you had left in case you wanted to. Just leaving a little bit of rose at all. But of course, you need to be neutral when you talk. Good night, says flying energies to you, Patrick. So good night, have a great night, and don't feel bad with that. What was it? What you mentioned, the anxiety attack. There's nothing wrong with your heart or anything like that. And trust me, the human body is much more resistant than we give it credit for. It's designed to withstand all of that, Patrick. So don't worry, don't feel bad. And anything you write me over at Discord, that I know that maybe it helps you. People, we need we need to be heard by others. That's the problem of our modern age. People don't listen to others. There's no communication, so psychological contact becomes flimsy in that sense. We need to talk more, express ourselves. That's precisely related to what you mentioned, flying energies. Uh, so no one hates you. Pretty much at that point, I think there will always be someone who is going to hate you, no matter what you do, no matter what you say. It's like the responsibility of expressing any opinion. Why don't I retrieve the policy? Because in that sense, then I will want to play a game, and all of that audience probably will not give a shit about it. True, I have so many haters on Twitch, and I did nothing wrong. Yeah, like I watched your streams, and you're an angel. Pretty much, you are the most you are the most politically neutral, um, comfortable person, and courteous overall. And I see, so I wouldn't picture how anyone could hate you in that sense. In my case, well, you know that I don't give a shit. I defend the honor of Holy Rome. I am fucking Italian for a reason, and I don't hide it. But in your case, that's what I tell. Even look, people. Even if think of it like this, if Mozart songs can have dislikes over at YouTube, hater will always be hater. Yes, because it's like this. If Mozart songs can have dislikes over at YouTube, what's left for us in a childish society that Obama created? What's left for us? It's not surprising um, in that sense. It's not surprising in that sense. But yeah, pretty much. Like, if something like, I don't know, uh, modifications to consoles like a Game Boy or it can have dislikes. Uh, how are we not going to have people that hate? It's a society we live in that sense. It's a society we live in that sense. So pretty much. But yeah, it's like that. It's like that. It's a society and regarding the ones that District mentioned before, like Kasanabi and those people are directly, I say it openly, they are directly illiterates. They are, I say it openly, those people aren't qualified to express any political opinion. People who are clearly illiterate, uh, especially Hasanabi, that one, and I think the other one was as Mongol. Uh, those people are not qualified to talk about politics. They are not qualified. I'm sorry, people. Uh, there needs to be a bare minimum. There needs to be a bare minimum to not fall into utmost nebula relativism. But no, in your case, flying energies, it's I cannot fathom. Like I I watched how you behave and there will always be someone who will be like that. There will always be someone who will be like that. No matter what you say, no matter what you say, in that sense. So I just assume it. So I just assume it. Like the person needs to be minimally mature enough as to listen to my opinion, as for me to have an interest for him being here. Why don't I stream? I like the games. I like playing the games. Besides, like this, I like combine both aspects. I like combine both aspects, and like I think that's very healthy because a person who might be interested in the game may discover something that then was more valuable to them. For example, it happened to Patrick. He started watching me because of the game. It was Dragonage, and then he likes me more. He likes more the content of philosophy. So in that sense, it's like that. It's like that. If someone asked me to debate about politics, I definitely would. In that sense, like he did here, or you all, and etc. But if not, I start playing the game and keep my thoughts to myself. See that in the deep inside, I am quite respectful in that sense. Doing one thing over and over at some point will be boring. Changing is healthier. You are mentioning it because of, which was the name? Bella. It was the community manager of Drakensang Online that I remember that Ambra also wanted to utterly removed from the company and etc. Lul, yeah, I remember he told me, Ambra, that no, he told District in one of the streams as District was guiding me. No, District, tell Bella that she's a S. And no, it's not the matter that comes out of our butts every day. This complain over at the Discord and etc. and keep complaining and etc. I remember Amber told yeah, look, it's because it's because of no, indeed. That's why I stream variety. Besides, I think we've had people flying energies. You know what is the saddest thing for me, flying energies? Beyond everything, beyond politics, beyond anything, uh, I think it's no surprise that I have quite passion for history of video games. The sad thing of me, the lowest point of the lowest common denominator was Fortnite for me. Seeing, for, watching how people looked, for example, at a black hole for 20 hours for the reveal of a stupid character in Fortnite. Fortnite was the worst of it all. Why? Why Fortnite specifically? Because Fortnite is one of the most mediocre games ever created. It has no level design complexity, pretty much. But it absorbed the attention of so many people for all of the wrong reasons of being so simple that there was no variety in the gaming industry, and that is something that just makes my blood boil so much. It was partly the reason why I started streaming. I could say people who didn't play Age of Empires, people who didn't play Warcraft, people who didn't play Baldur's Gate, people who didn't play all of the classics that you could possibly imagine throughout all of the consoles. If it's a PlayStation 2, think about Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper and etc. If it's the Super Nintendo, think about Super Metroid or The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. If it, no matter the console, I played all of Age of Empires, Warcraft, Frozen Throne, well, Sea Flying Energy. That's the thing. Isn't it sad for you when you see kids just playing Fortnite? At least a bit. I don't know. I don't say be as maybe as conservative about it as I am, as conservative about it as I am with it. But for me, it was deeply, deeply depressing. It's sad to see grown-ass man playing Fortnite. Let the kids enjoy, but men 30 plus, hell no. Okay, okay, I get your point. That the kid, okay, yeah, I agree. The kid, it could be more as a social experience that he gets like not in his circle of friends and etc. I would still wouldn't let my children play Fortnite before playing Super Mario Bros. For example, or Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis or whatever. Yeah, man, 30 plus and 20, like already more or less mature, but or should be, and still nothing. 20, like because the craze was with this. I played also Fortnite on release, but I was young. Okay, players. Then I thank you for tolerating my critics. Chaotic chemistry. How's it going? You're still there. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Chaotic chemistry. This is Flying Energies. He's also a great streamer. He's from Germany. He plays the games. Uh, he doesn't do the terrible politics that I do. He's great. So he's also a great person. Visit him. No problems. He will be as mature and as educated as I am. That's 9 years ago. Okay, so you were 22? I think 22 could it be? 21, 22. Flying energies, pretty much. Eraser, do you think if I ask some philosophical question, do you mind? No, chaotic chemistry, no worries, no worries, no worries. I always tell it to Patrick. I can chat with them about games and etc. and Twitch and etc. And I can talk with you and Patrick about philosophy. Yeah, 22. No worries, no worries. Both of them, both of you at the same time. It's for me. It's an absolute honor every single second anyone tells me about something. But I will thank you that you are always so just like Patrick was when I met him. Exactly the same. Very respectful. Very respectful. No worries, chaotic chemistry. And due to how you talk, no problem. You can join my Discord. You will be the only person from South America besides me in the Discord. Eh, no worries. And there you can chat with me at any time. It's I was giving to Patrick that phrase the other day. This phrase from Thomas Aquinas is amazing, people. The greatest kindness a man You can bestow, one can bestow, one can render to a man is guiding him from error to truth. What does that mean? That providing conversation is the kindest act. Our time is the most precious thing we have. It's not money, regardless of the war and etc. that we may think right now. It is our time. So for me, it's an act that it's good for me. It's good for me talking with you all. It's because of that. I feel I am spending time with you, and spending time with you is the most precious thing I have. Besides man, beyond man. Yeah, 22. So you played Fortnite at 22 flying energies. Okay, okay, okay. But no, I mean like the craze of, for example, I think it was Ninja, that then he disappeared because he had an argument with Twitch or whatever. Um, so it was that craze, and I think it was unhealthy because people were not having any variety, any variety. It was they played that 24 hours a day, and all of the great classics were forgotten. Still, you would say the kids, it's okay, okay. I would be a bit more strict than something like it. So you said before that you are an atheist. May I ask why you think of yourself as atheist? Was there a specific argument that convinced you of atheism, or were you always atheist? Okay, that question will have logic by the end of it, but it implies that I will have to talk a lot about myself. Is you are asking about me? I agree that churches have to exist. Religion has to. Christianity and Protestantism have to exist as the dominant religions of the West, and they had a very quite positive impact on Western culture. Okay? I am not a fanatic atheist, not like those who say that science will solve everything on its own without anything, and that everyone who believes in God is a dork. That is wrong. That is wrong. And my first suggestion would be to anyone who thinks that to go and live in China or in India. I get you are not a militant atheist. Okay, good, good. So, uh, first of all, it's a combination of the history of my family. Okay, my family is like never has been ever. Well, I'll tell you. Well, so Europe, World War II. I have to start here, people. I have started in World War II. So World War II, it happens, and both my two Italians, one Spaniard and one Syrian ancestors, all of them had to come over here to Argentina. Okay, so like it happened to your ancestor, most probably in Brazil, and all of us in the Americas. Okay, that we come from Europe, and some mix more with the local population. Okay. So what was my particular case? So my Syrian great grandpa. I have to, out of the four branches, I have to mention you, my Syrian great grandpa. So my Syrian great grandpa was a merchant. He was a wealthy merchant in before we are talking about before World War One. The other ones, yes, World War Two. The two Italians, one Spaniard. Okay, typical Argentine genetic mix in that sense. So he was a rich merchant, and the evil religion that is causing everything that we are seeing right now in Middle East, across the world, with so many people killed because of that blind hatred, grabbed my great grandpa and separated him from his wife and child, and sent him to a front line, to the front line of Syria in World War One. Okay, so he survived. He survived, being used as cannon fodder, pretty much, like they are doing right now. This religion, you see, I'm press again, that you are seeing right now, the same. He could survive. He came here, and naturally, you can imagine that if such fanaticism caused him to be sent forcefully to a front line like that, he was not very fond of it once he could survive. Once he survived, here he started with the trying to psychologically process what had happened to him after he could survive. And as you can imagine, he was not very fond of being, no one would be very fond of being sent to a front. Okay, so with nothing, he could come here and see how history repeats itself, people. He came here, and with nothing, he had the knowledge of, but he had the knowledge of how to do commerce. Okay, he had been a wealthy merchant before being sent, and like that, he could redo his life with a nice Italian lady that was my great grandma. He had 8 children, out of which one was my grandfather, and pretty much at that point he prohibited his 8 children with my Italian great grandma, one of them. Then I had 2 more Italian branches. That's why I'm Italian, pretty much. But he was the one who amassed the economical part of all of the branches of my family. So he had like very defined ideas. He was quite wise, okay, in that sense. So at that point, he prohibited all of my my grandfather. He prohibited my grandfather and all of his brothers get close to any church in general, be it from Eastern religions or Western religions, in that sense. He, like a lone wolf, tried to stop that cycle of he was, naturally, you can imagine, after a war, he was like done with any kind of religion because of all of the misfortune that it had brought him. He didn't really care which one would be, okay? So we could describe, he didn't voice his opinions. He only wanted, for the rest of his life, then he just dedicated his soul to money and to have a family with children and surviving, pretty much. He then went back to Syria, chaotic chemistry, and to add insult to injury, he went back to Syria to save his original, since that even like that he had a good intention to save his original Syrian wife and child, and he found nothing. His properties were gone, nothing else. His wife was gone. He never knew if dead or disappeared or whatever. Same with the child. Nothing. Everything element. So besides the horror of sending him to a front line, and besides the horror of all of that I'm mentioning, of starting from scratch, zero, and everything, he goes back and the very only one thing he had left, which was trying to save the memory of his lab, was also destroyed by this. Now, so that created a long-standing tradition in my family of is something very personal. 99% of Argentines won't be like this because they were only like Italian and Spaniard and they didn't have these conditions here. So they didn't have these conditions, but this is like particularly my family. The other ones are completely different. This is something very, very personal. So that created a long-standing tradition of atheism in my family. Even so, my father, who was from all Italian and Spaniard family and Spanish family, more typical Argentine story, also through different means, while also we support Western religion and etc. He also didn't go to church like continuously. We believed in that free will. Okay. Now, regardless of that, now none went to Catholic universities or high schools. All were like lay in that sense. It was like it's called more or less like that here, like non-religious high school and university. Um, I was the only, after all of this traumatic process, after all of this long-standing traumatic process, I did go to a Catholic high school and university, and they were decisions of my mother, who, let's say that after those generations, we are like readjusting to these stories. We don't like corporativism. I don't like corporativism in the Catholic Church. I maintain that. That's like the part of neutrality. But while it is hard for me to explain with God as the reason of the fabric of the universe, after all of this process, after reconciling a bit with it, I must say that by now I am a bit more prone to accept the theory of the immovable mover of Thomas Aquinas as a valid explanation for the existence of the universe and reality. Is it the one that convinces me the most? It is hard because the Big Bang theory is still doing advancements and etc. But I do think that at the end of the day, I would be more an agnostic than an atheist, maybe, if I had to be really, really precise. The thing is that people generally don't scratch that much into my personality. I would more of an agnostic because I do believe there's an existence beyond ourselves. Call it universe, call it reality, call it whatever. There is, there are forces that we cannot comprehend, and it is perfectly valid to call them God. Okay? And needless to say, out of all of the options of religions that are being offered, of course, I do believe Roman Catholicism and Protestantism in its British variant and Italian variant. In both of them, I agree with some things with Protestantism and with some things with Catholicism. Now, what's the specific argument that convinced me of atheism? As I told you, eh, it's more a rejection of corporativism. I don't want the Catholic Church to be corporativists. Okay, in that sense, I agree a bit more with Protestantism. You could say that I am in between a Protestant and a Catholic. Uh, because I could, saying atheist, it would imply rejecting the theory of the immovable mover. It would imply that, and I do not reject it. I consider it as an option. Uh, I just accept calling it either God, the universe, or reality. In that sense, of atheism, I would say it's agnosticism to be precise. It's agnosticism because I wouldn't deny that theory. But the main thing is all of this history of my family and that it can lead to corporativist, corporativist religious structures do cause all of this for my family, and I just cannot ignore it. I would say it's that. I mean, there's two types of atheism. There's weak atheism, which is someone who doesn't believe in any deity but doesn't affirm that there is any divine creature, and there's a strong atheism, which affirms that there is not a god. It would be it would be the first one, mine. Weak atheism. It would be like that. Whether you call it agnosticism or weak atheism, yeah, mine would be the weakest possible version of it, the weakest possible version of it, in that sense. The weakest possible version of it, in that sense. It would be the weakest possible version. Yes, and I'm really sorry for what your great grandpa went through. War trauma is horrible. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and and thank you from the bottom of my heart because and thank you for the sympathy of the feeling because it's pretty much like that. It's pretty much like that. And sorry in case as well your grandpa happened that. Yeah, mine would be like the weakest version. Thank you, and I have no problem commenting it, but it's you need to see. You need to pretty much listen to all of this if you want to comprehend why I am like that. I don't like corporativism. Yeah, weak atheism is also a form of agnosticism. This view in philosophy is called agnosticism atheism. Most philosophers are like that on the analytic tradition. Yes. If I have to, of course, due to my due to my love for Thomas Aquinas, I think the most brilliant philosopher was Catholic. I do not deny the brilliance of Catholicism, and if I have to support a Ninth Crusade and my friends are Catholic and etc., I feel that I made the right choice, like reuniting a bit from the original war trauma of my great grandpa to my current stance. I think it's much more balanced. You are not okay. Anyways, I have to read this. Go behind the control seat, of course. Go behind the control seat. Behind the control seat. Okay. And sing the instruction sets. Sing the instruction sets. Verify regulatory. Use the verification unit on the component workbench. Anyways, it's indicated. Where's the component workbench? Component workbench. Control station. No, control station. Now, you tell me when you are back from the out. Control station, where is it? To return to room of control in attack point and use the composition to end. Okay, we're done, people. We're done. We have to go back to Kessan's landing for the 3 of them. We're done, people. Good. In that sense. I'm back. Okay. I'm back. Anyways, I had to finish here the formula. Basically, I will read it again. Yeah, weak atheism is also a form of agnosticism. The view of philosophy in philosophy is called agnostic atheism. Most philosophers are like that on the analytic tradition. Yes. I was commenting that regardless of all of this, I feel I I managed to achieve a much more balanced outcome, uh, miraculously in that sense, because of all of this, because the natural result of all of this basically was that to never approach a church again, like my great grandpa basically ordered his children, basically in that sense. So verify that you are still shielding. Have to verify that you are still shielding now. So yeah, I feel proud that I think I reached a more balanced approach. I was telling Kyoto Chemistry, if I have to choose without blindly, I choose Roman Catholicism, and I think some things of of British Protestantism are positive. Are positive. Uh, if a Ninth Crusade would be called, like I think it is nowadays, I side with Roman Catholicism, with the West, and etc. And I think the Crusades were justified, and I say it openly, and that's already more than what a lot of even so-called Christians will tell you. When you say British Protestantism, you mean Anglican Church. Um, I mean some aspects of it. Yeah, I think it was the Anglican Church, pretty much. Basically, I like that it's not corporativist, that there's a direct relationship between the subject and God, in this case, call it the universe, call it reality, call it existence, call it the composition of stardust, whatever, call it Zeus, call it whichever human figure you want to do. I think God is a good representation. In the US, they are called Episcopalians. Okay, basically a direct relationship with God. A direct relation. I support that anything that gets away from corporativism because of my life story, that's the part that makes sense still. Uh, Anything that from corporativism, I think the person has to pray. If I have to pray, for example, call it God or the universe or whatever, I do it in the intimacy of my being with God. I don't go to a church. In the intimacy of my being, like all of us, in the intimacy of my being, and maybe uh, I think directly to God, not to prophets, call them Jesus or whatever, etc. Is perfectly fine, perfectly fine, but directly to God, directly to God. I like that. That I think that feeling needs to be direct. No people and corporativism in between. In the case of that religion, Jesus is God, so well, it's acceptable as well. I like directly saying God. An interesting thing about the Anglican Church is that they are sort of in the middle between Roman Catholicism and Protestantism, like they incorporate aspects of both traditions. Well, more or less it would be like that, but then I am more conservative on other things, because generally, then that British Protestantism that was fueled by a person called William of Ockham, that eliminated some things of Thomas Aquinas, then I think it falls into one other problem. So I am like, I try to be as most in the middle as possible. You see that I can criticize both sides in that sense. Um, this is like going like very, very in detail, but being, I think that church, I think that in that sense, William of Ockham is one of the goats. Yes, 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 yes. Basically, all of my fascination is between William of Ockham and Thomas Aquinas. I think the perfect philosophy is doing a synthesis between William of Ockham and Thomas Aquinas. In that sense, some portions of Protestantism from William of Ockham, some proportions of Catholicism, what would be the proportion? I would add more from Thomas Aquinas. It wouldn't be a 50-50. I would do 80% Thomas Aquinas. I would say I am 20% William of Ockham, eliminating relativism from Immanuel Kant. It's like 1200s philosophy. 1600s already grabbed William of Ockham, prostituted it, because William of Ockham was a nominalist. He still believed that objective reality exists and cannot be overwritten by our mental perception. Immanuel Kant, with William of Ockham, there pushed it much further up to relativism. William of Ockham nominalism is in between realism and relativism. Now, some things made it lean a bit towards relativism. So I would be like here, like if we are establishing like a measure, here we have Thomas Aquinas with realism, Immanuel Kant with relativism. In the middle of William is William of Ockham. I would be in between William of Ockham and Thomas Aquinas. I think the razor that cut a lot of the details of Thomas Aquinas was wrong about a lot of things, but I think it causing the direct relationship with God tried to eliminate a corporativism that has its sins. Let's say it has its deficiencies. Yes, I would be in between. I would be closer to Thomas Aquinas always, but I would be in between William of Ockham and Thomas Aquinas. As I told you, I support the United States and the United Kingdom politically, as I think they inherited the spirit of Italy and ancient Rome, is what I've seen myself brutally identified with the United States right now, with the British in the previous century of dominance, and before World War One and Two and all of that, with the Holy Germanic Empire, before the socialism of World War Two and the National Socialist Party. In that sense, before all of that, the Holy Germanic Empire. It would be like this: the order: Greece, then Rome, then Holy Germanic Empire, then British, then US would be my you have there my full chain of like what I would have supported and what I would support, because I think the West needs to have a representative, a shield against all of the horrors that I commented to you about my great grandpa and etc. That they are going to keep trying to destroy the West no matter what we do. No matter what we do, it's an intrinsic hatred. Think these people. If they could send my great grandpa, if you can hurt your own population, if you can teach your own children, and it's okay to kill other people and behave like a savage, what do you think they would do to any of us, regardless of nationality? It doesn't matter if it's Romania, Hungary, Germany, Brazil, Argentina, Poland, all of the ones here on stream I'm naming, all of our nationalities. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So that's why. And regarding the religion, I don't like corporativism. I like a direct relationship with God for the people, if I had to present something. It's perfectly fine. There need to be churches, a lot of positive aspects to society. In that sense, I would say should be open to call it either God, universe, reality. In that sense, as a part of agnosticism. But I denying reality and the advances it brought. No, that's not. Basically, have big green arrows. So let's see. Okay, so basically that. Basically that. It would be. Politically, then, of course, you cannot be so explicit and explain this to everyone. So you have to do a summary of your thing. I would support I would 100 support the, the United States right now. I am a monarchist, as you know. I like more a monarchy, a constitutional monarchy, not a dictatorship. A constitutional monarchy, because I think it creates, as I was telling you, it creates a sense of belonging for the population that exceeds any present that they may have, that they may have, that the country may go through, going from left to right. It's like an element that you can relate to, you can source to, um, even if you don't like the executive of your country. And I think that's highly positive. To be really honest with you, I do think religion is really bad in many aspects, including the Catholic. No problem, no problem, chaotic chemistry, no problem, no problem, no problem, no problem, no problem at all, no problem at all, no problem at all. You can tell to me whatever you'd like, as long as they are not insults and of course not degrade, not denigrating me or whatever those things. No, no, no. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, I see. It's the part of corporativism. I think what I can provide you, that you can identify the source, and the source for me would be corporativism. I think it's the corporativism. It's just, it's just shouldn't be there. Shouldn't be there. I would like a direct relationship, as I told you. There should be a direct relationship of the person with God, Jesus, however they may want to call it. In that sense, no, no, P, no, P. Why do you think so? No, no problem, no problem. Maybe you think it's corrupt or something like that. Like one of the things you really dislike about the Catholic Church, that they still up to this day want to control people's sexual. Okay. The sexual life up to this year, Catholicism says sex marriage only for procreation, and that doesn't work. Uh, and now, well, yeah, I will agree with the Catholic Church for all of that. I am completely against rainbow flags, like any realist would probably be, in that sense. But I get now the reason. I get now the reason. Yeah, no, I completely disagree. I completely disagree on that specific topic, but yeah. I would, in that sense, uh, well, uh, I don't want to. Well, well. I've said brutal things on stream, but I directly think that basically I'll tell it like 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 openly, so you can see that I can say it like completely relaxed. I do not believe in the existence of a man being able to be a woman or a woman being able to be a man. I directly don't believe it can exist. I think it's relativism, pretty much. Why? I have a complex theory that I've said many times on stream, that not everyone is able to hear. Not everyone is able to hear this. Not everyone is able to hear this. It doesn't involve any insult or hatred. Just my observation of reality. But still, I know not everyone is able to hear this. I mean, just talking about sex and not about gender, but we can discuss it. No problem, no problem. As long as you promise me that you won't be offended by my perception of reality, is all good. I've debated it with a lot of people and I've said it openly on stream. Gender theories, for me, gender theories are a fallacy. Gender doesn't exist. Okay, a scientist like try to propose and everything. Why? Why? Because of a metaphysical principle. Accepting gender theories as correct and not a fallacy implies violating a metaphysical principle. I mean, I can be offended by what you say, and you can get offended by what I say here as long as we don't insult. We are good. No, 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 no. I never get offended by what people can. Yes, unless people insult me in that sense. No, no, no. But it's just I just always say this disclaimer by default. Accepting the existence of gender implies violating a metaphysical principle. Which one? The fact that the framework of a metaphysical entity determines its content. Accepting the existence of gender theories, and thus the fact that all of the mental process in which the psychology is more important than the biology and determines the sex and etc. and determines the supposed gender and etc. implies violating that it is impossible to accept gender theories. This is the contradiction. It is impossible to accept gender theories without violating this metaphysical principle of the framework of any metaphysical entity determining the content. What do I mean by this? This is in abstract. I know that it's in abstract. So, gender, supposedly, adopting the existence of gender theories, happens inside of the psychology of the brain. Okay? Psychology, because of whatever process it describes, happens, supposedly happens there. Okay? So, in the psychology of the brain, overall, I think no one would deny that if you that when you support gender theories, the gender is determined psychologically in the brain. Okay, it's like that. In the consciousness, unconsciousness, the brain in the psychology happens there. The problem with that is that the consciousness, the psychology, all of these like box that the content of a box that we are talking about, accepting gender theories for me pretty much implies ignoring the biological framework of the brain. What does this mean? Besides defined external sexual organs, we also have internal biological sexual reactions. And in the brain, males have a certain proportion of gray and white matter, and females have a certain proportion of gray and white matter. I'm on an ad. Okay. Then I stop it. Okay. Sorry, that's the only thing that I cannot stop. That's the only thing that I cannot stop, people. You'll scan for a suitable test subject. You'll be looking for a GNK droid in a farm at the northeast of Kessan. Green arrows pointing down. All the equipment pieces have been green arrow pointing down. The equipment you can scan for a suitable test subject. Okay, I need to go to a farm apparently. To find the test subject. Okay, let me go to the farm. Let me go to the farm. Suitable test subject should be more or less over here. Let me check. That one, maybe? Fork turbo lift. Sits door dimensions. What? Oh, I have the zone here. Okay, it's more over there, could it be? Over there, could it be? More or less like this. Should be like this. The angle, I think it's a very specific angle. Or not. Scan for a suitable test subject. I cannot find where to. Suitable test. Maybe if I just get on top of that extractor, I'm back. Okay. Then I can. Well, so basically, I was mentioning that I can get on top of that and analyze from there. Oh no, I can't. Let me get. Oh shit. Here we go. So basically, recapping more or less, I would say, hang on. Well, no, you can get on top of it. So let me scan from here. So basically, gender theories violate a law of metaphysical, a basic metaphysical principle. Okay, which is that the framework determines the content of any metaphysical entity. Okay, so supposedly the gender exists inside the psychology of the brain and etc. And I think that violates that metaphysical rule. So the framework, what's the framework in that case? The brain, as I was mentioning, the biological brain. And it's not only the external sexual organs that we have, like for a man and a woman. I think the proportion of gray and white matter on the brain, the framework of the metaphysical entity, makes gender theories a fallacy and impossible because it implies observing that the psychology inside of the brain can override the biological framework of it. Okay? And that violates it because the content of a metaphysical entity would be determined in its framework. Imagine that I grab my phone and put it inside of a box. And I then grab the box with the phone inside of it and move it in time and space. Okay? And then escalate that to the universe. Escalate that to the universe in that sense. Imagine if I said that planet Earth could manipulate the fate of the galaxy entirely, of the entire universe, or that a single sun or a single black hole can determine the fate of the whole universe. In that sense, I am clearly violating a law, a metaphysical law, which is that the framework determines the content. The content of a metaphysical entity can never determine the framework. And because of that, in this case, the psychology of the brain cannot determine the biological framework of it, the proportion of gray and white matter, which is different on male and females. So, with all of this, what is my conclusion from all of this theory, of this contradiction? That then, the origin of gender theories is social, not psychological. It's political. It's a political construct, not a psychological, biological one. It's political in that sense because it goes against this law and this process that I'm mentioning. Well, if the origin is going to be a social slash political, I think there's also a political component to it, but there's let's just leave it at social for now. A social component of it, then the origin is not biological as the scientists want to make the population believe. Because the scientists that do all of this have a very psychological leaning tendency, and they do not know about metaphysics. So there's also a component of isolation of sciences. You cannot like explain, use, and so Aquinas has classified them, a subalternate science to solve a problem that comes from a dominant science, okay, which has to be metaphysics. The thing is that gender, as is now understood by most scholars, is a multi-aspect thing. It's a psychosocial concept. Biology does play a role in gender identity with things such as the structure of the brain and the hormones you were exposed to as an unborn, but there's also the factors of life experiences someone has and how gender works in a society. Different societies have a different perspective. Okay, then it's a social issue. If it's a social issue, you said psychosocial aspect. Okay, the biological one is, I can provide you what I observed. That there's a different proportion of gray and white matter on the brain of a male and a female, and I think that's determining. The social one and the psychological and social ones, I agree with you. That is a psychological and social aspect, and that is the very reason why metaphysics are not involved in the process. And because of that, since it's a social and psychological aspect, the part about biology, with the things that I've read, is pretty much like that. I think none is a social and psychological aspect, phenomenon, concept, and the main core issue is that those are subalternate sciences to metaphysics. Would society and psychology exist without metaphysics first? No. No, because they happen in reality. And I think pretty much that is a very logical reason as to say that metaphysics should play a more dominant role in the situation, and because of that, it violates the very basic rule that I mentioned, that I think should be taken into account, that the content of any metaphysical entity cannot determine its framework, the order of priority. The Earth cannot determine the fate of the whole universe. A, a cell phone, a mobile phone inside of a box, as the box is moved with it. I would say that that is the core of it. Then, if it wants to be forced on society, due to a social, the two main aspects, the social and psychological push, that's another story. That will be something that, well, politically, I would be completely against, but at that point, it's a problem of secondary order. I agree with you that that they are trying to deliberately give a predominance to psychologically and socially. I think it's psychological and social issue. I think it doesn't reach the field of metaphysics, which I think has more importance. Basically, it's like that. It's like an order. Like I follow a more. I try to follow the most realist order possible, because all of that, psychologically and socially, implies by default relativism. It implies relativism by default because you can think that all of those scientists and all of those scholars that say that assume by default that perception, that mental perception, can override the objective arrangement of molecules and particles in time and space. And I think that's the fallacy of relativism, pretty much. So is what I can offer you. Sorry if it's unpopular. Sorry if it's unpopular nowadays, but it's pretty much you can see. At least it is. I kept my promise that I told you last time that I always tell you every single why and every single detail as to why I think as I think. For me, not for me, the objective arrangement of molecules and particles I perceive is that a man can never be a woman. For me, it's a still man because of all of this, not because of just telling you, because otherwise, yes, it would be unfair, like telling you, I mean, your view is pretty standard between Catholics. I think most wouldn't be able to explain it to this degree of detail. It is true. I had a teacher in my university who said sometimes, and he was right. Sometimes a very educated um, agnostic is much more valuable and wise in that sense than a blind Catholic, he said. In that sense, for because he's constantly thinking and doing that, which is the repair unit. The terms that and work on the bench. You'll gain a temporary ability to examine the test subject. Now you'll need to purchase and open a repair unit. Find a motivator and acquire the shielded wing. The repair kit and shielded wiring can be found at Ardak Point. Start by exiting the lab and going to the Bosca parts vendor. Right outside the market. Okay, let me acquire the components. Yes, but you know what's the problem? Chaotic chemistry that that they cannot, while they agree with me, sadly, a lot cannot explain all of this process. You can be Catholic and not be prepared to counter-argue against relativism, which is the main core behind all of this process that I mentioned. It's impossible without relativism to support gender theories in that sense. I go to the core, and Catholics, while they defend all of that, I am sad that sometimes they cannot explain all of the whys. They cannot explain all of these whys, so that causes a lot of disconnection. Maybe in the debates, because the reality is that
Why do we bother paying for their protection?
there's a reality. There's a reality that regardless of a stance, humans work through observation, and they observe that in one way people reproduce, they can reproduce, and in the other one they can't. And because of that, directly our most natural instincts activate. And rationalizing all of it, takes a monumental amount of effort that simply we cannot ask it chaotic chemistry from the average person. Like I wouldn't ask it from anyone on the street, like telling them all of that. I do think that if metaphysics is not aligned with empirical data, then it should be reviewed by your own definitions and vocabulary. I am a relativist. If yes, most of the population is relativist until they can. Humanity is relativist chaotic chemistry right now since the 1600s. Since the 1600s, 99% of people, well, 99, 80, I don't know. Yes, yes, gender theory couldn't exist without relativism and supporting its existence. Yes, most people don't have access to good education. That's why you can't expect someone to build 345. No, no, yes, of course. I don't expect it. I don't expect it. I don't expect it. No, no, no. I don't expect it. But well, if I am asked, and anyone who chats with me, will be. I can offer that. I can offer that. I can humbly offer that. Can humbly offer that part. Defeat Liberator droids outside the Freedom Arena. Okay. No, no, no. I cannot expect. It should be, yeah. It should be, but well, I cannot. I know it's something that no can't be. It should be, huh? It should be. Should be. I agree with that. Education rules the nation, as the old British sayings indicates, dictates. Yes, I think that education is the key of it all. So people can have both sides and liberator units. Can have both sides, and right now I don't think so. I think my side is like I think my side is like it requires way too much philosophy and etc. to do so. But well, at least well, anyone who watches my stream, I can offer that. But well, the good part is that complete. Find the motivator unit. Okay, good. What now? Purchase and open the repair kit. Okay, the repair kit. Repair the test subject. How? Back there. Okay, let's go back there. That's the good part. That we agree on the important part that education from both sides of it uh, should precisely be much more. And well, thank you. I do think that if metaphysics is not aligned with empirical data, then it should be reviewed. Well, I can appreciate that. Most people are unable to tell me that. They would directly tell me it doesn't have to do with metaphysics. That's the usual reply from the few that have doesn't have to do with metaphysics. But at that point, is political. It just confirms what I said previously that 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 besides psychological and social, it has a political component. In that sense, that causes the extremism on top of it. In that sense, so yeah, like that. Yes. So I thank you from that for that phrase. That at least you consider it as a portion of it. I do not deny that the part of social and psychological. I do not deny that. I don't know that. I agree with that. Yeah, well, they should be informed. They should be. They should have that access. They should have that access to education to do this process and choose. In that sense, they should. I trust in how solid my part of metaphysics is, so I have nothing to fear of people educating themselves regarding that. Educating, like discerning their perception of objective metaphysical reality would be in that sense. Even Catholics, even Catholics cannot explain this process, and if you're defending that, you should be able to explain all of this that I'm saying, especially in that sense. You should be able to explain all of this that I'm saying, because otherwise, you are helpless against relativism. I think it should be especially important for Catholics. It should be especially important in that sense. Prepare the subject at the workbench, activate the test, then you'll need to do a few more things in the lab before you can continue. Install 3 prototype shield components. Do I guide him? Oh no, here. Affix your steel plating, going to do the 3 tests. Activate the regulator, engage the thermal regulator unit, inject hypercoolant. We keep doing our experiment here, people. So yeah. Am I chaotic chemistry? Am I the first like Catholic leaning person who backs up all of his theory with so many whys and explanations? In that sense, I would be proud because I'm generally the first. I'm always proud of being the first who does all of those. I'm generally proud of being the first always that does all of those. In direct contact, of course. Then yes, it would be a fallacy to say that Thomas Aquinas didn't solve most of these things before me. But like in direct contact with people who are alive, with people, I'm generally the first. Generally, generally, like with this amount of precision, with the argument of metaphysics. In that sense, some appreciate it, most hate me just for saying it. In that sense, so well, glad that you could at least listen to it. Basically, I ask nothing beyond listening to me with that. I think you can describe myself as a secular person, both in philosophical and in social terms. I do think religion still controls and limits people's freedom and stops a lot of progress from happening. Although I think religion serves its purpose as a psychological and social tool to give meaning to people and establish bonds between communities. Completely agree. Completely agree. My political instincts have no flaws. I feel chaotic chemistry. I introduce you to Pillow, the other liberal person of the stream. Pillow, Bonds. When is your birthday? Says Pillow. Mine, Pillow. You want to do my zodiac signs? Pillow. Chaotic chemistry here from Brazil. Hey, Pillow. He's the famous Pillow that I told you about. Chaotic chemistry. He's the other liberal, probably more than you. Probably more than you. The other liberal that we've talked about everything on a stream, and we still haven't killed each other. So mate, are you from Brazil? Yeah, he's from Brazil. Pillow is from Poland. Chaotic chemistry. Pillow is from Poland. City or the country. Remember that he's not always he's not forced to reply to the questions, Pillow. From the country, Brazil in general. Don't start talking in German, Pillow. Don't start talking, chatting in German, Pillow, please, huh? Don't start with that. Don't start with that. Don't start with that. He's not like Patrick that understood a bit of German. I think Eric Chemistry has a lot of intuition. No, no. If there's, I think he's, and he knows he doesn't have to. No, no, no. Don't worry, don't worry. What do you mean by liberal? That word can have so many meanings. Indeed. Yeah, yeah. Pillow is like a classic liberal. He's not a Trotskyist communist. He's from Poland. He despises Russia, naturally, because of attacking all of our country several times, Soviet Union and everything. But he also, I think, Pillow, you didn't like the extremist wokes as well because you said that women should, that it should be really equal. I am what you would call a conservative by Western standards. Then what am I? But liberal by Polish standards. Okay. Okay. He's like a classic liberal. He's not an extremist like the ones that you could see over at the Democrat Party of the U.S. But he's not a monarchist like me. He's not a. I mean, Poland is a very Catholic country, so it makes sense. I mean, I believe in game. Well, for example, there we were talking about that. Pillow was telling him I already told him about my thoughts of rainbow flag people not existing and man dressed as woman and woman dressed as man. I already told him. So that part has already been introduced in that sense. That part has already been introduced in that sense. Our famous R fight. Well, like that, yeah, yeah. I already had that with him. He was much more patient than you, Pillow. He was much more patient than you with my thoughts. He's quite open-minded. He's quite brilliant. The objective component is a chemical in your brain, right? So, okay, okay. No, no. I read a book later about. I read a book. You read a book later about talking with me. No, the good thing I was telling him, just for this argument, I cannot say I did that sadly, but yeah, pretty much. Well, you can see chaotic chemistry that I would say he's more liberal than you. overall. I would say he's more liberal than you, by Western standards, as he's saying, and still you can see there that I feel proud that as long as there are no insults, he sometimes tries to rage bait me. I already told him not to do so. He sometimes tries to rage bait me, but yeah, pretty much it's okay in that sense. What's the political climate? Pillow, I am what you may call a progressive by Western standards, so I guess we would disagree on some things. What's the political? No, I think you two would get along. You two are going to get along as the two more like left leaning of the spectrum considered to me. That's still some, like I said, we would say, what's the political climate in Brazil right now? I don't follow Brazilian politics much, apart from the Bolsonaro. We will see about that. Pillow. Remember, no, no insults. It's no. Like you told Patrick the other day, you are going. What was it? You are escaping. No, those no. Who did I insult? Patrick, when you told him that you are escaping right there. That part no. You'll be insulting me right now. Well, you get it, pillow. You get it, pillow. No, don't hit it. It's come. I know that you are mature and you don't do those. Okay. Okay. No those. Don't worry, chaotic chemistry. It's just that we have a long history. Erase. So it's a bit complicated. Like we have elections this year, so it's gonna be a fight between the Social Party with Lula running for president again and Bolsonaro representing uh, the conservative. I meant you, bro. No. That's that. Let's not. Don't worry, chaotic chemistry. He's he's amazing to chat with. He's a brilliant mind. It's just that since we are so opposite in his case and me, since we are so opposite regarding so in the important thing we agree actually. Yeah, none of us would support communist regimes. In the important things we actually agree. That's the thing. In important things we actually agree. But well, yeah, we have a special relationship. Let's just say. We have a special but no, he's respectful. He's respectful with me. He's respectful. So don't worry. Who are you rooting for? If he ever doesn't want to reply to any personal questions, he'll give me say that you never reply. That's the thing that I know. That's for example, District didn't want to say his country in the context of a political debate and something like that. Honestly, I'd like to see new faces in power, but if I had to pick between Bolsonaro's son and Lula, I'd pick Lula the lesser of two. He wouldn't have sex for eternal world peace, so I don't know about that. Okay, no. See, for example, that was one hell of a debate. That was hell of a debate. In that sense. It was one hell of a debate. No, I see in you, Pillow, reflected what non-Trotskyist crazy leftist should be. So it's actually positive. Uh, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. In that sense. So you can see that he has no problem with all of the rainbow flags going all over the place, and I would be all of the opposite, and it's like that. That's what I meant. Good on you. Being competitive voter is a good sign. Being a competitive voter is a good sign. Good on you. Oh, I got the just got the correspondency for the Italian referendum. So the judicial system can be a bit more like the U.S. Uh, like I- like the prosecutor having like the more responsibility in the investigation. They are changing the system from which one was it? from accusatory to prosecuting one, pretty much that. More like the United States. He's more like a police officer in that sense. So of course, of course, I am voting in the Italian referendum from here that it has to be like in the great United States, of course. Of course, glad they asked me. Glad they asked me in that sense. I got. Guess who won? $100 on Polymarket. You pillow following my incredible prediction. My incredible prediction again that the United States was going to do justice for the Western, etc. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I also, I can tell you the next one. I can tell you the next one, Pillow. I already have two. I also don't have an issue with the queer community and the flags. I usually think it's a good thing that most people are aware of gender and sexuality diversity and that it's becoming acceptable to be. Okay. Pretty much, pretty much. I'm completely the opposite. Okay, okay. I remember saying that this was gonna happen. Cuba, yeah, it's Cuba. It's absolutely Cuba. The last vestige of the Soviet Union movement in the Americas. In the Americas, I think Pillow would agree with that phrase about having the rainbow flag people, having the rainbow flag people for you on the streets. Whatever kind of, well, for me it's a degeneracy and all of that. Would be, he would agree. Yeah, I agree completely because yeah, for the game, some people agree. Well, there you have it. There you have it. There you have it. Pretty much. Pretty much. But I predicted the first one, Pillow, with Venezuela. With Venezuela, that one I predicted. Once you then you should go to the lab, go to the lab and calibrate them. Once you go to the tool, gather ornament. These locations are number 1 through 5 on the following map. Ah, okay, they are like specific ones. Oh, here you could spend all day trying those ones. I'm gonna invite me to Discord in case. No, what do you mean? Are you gonna invite me to your Discord in case you are banned? What do you mean? In case I'm banned? I cannot be banned from my own server. Pillow. What do you mean? In case you are banned? No, what do you mean? I'm the owner. Hassan has been going over small streamers and reportedly mass reporting them. Ah, no, but yeah. Ah, okay, okay, okay. If he doesn't like them, ah, okay, very much, very much. I hope he, I hope for the sake of humanity, all of those degenerates would never stumble upon the inheritor of Thomas Aquinas of this age. So can you invite me? No, yeah, Pillow. Do you read the rule? Okay, okay. Now I get it. Well. Okay, Pillow. Let's get it like this. All followers of the channel are invited. You are invited. I invite you to join the Discord, of course. Do not consider that it's not just chatting with me here, huh? Just that. I'm not gonna post porn on the Discord. If you do that, you are banned. No matter how many subs you have, how many money you do, how many money you provide to me. It's in the rules. I have the rules. I specifically say no matter if you are Santa Claus over a day, if you no porn, no no anything. People don't debate, especially not well, whatever that might be. No. Uh, you have to be courteous. Have to be courteous and understand that most will be conservative. For example, you can see my phrases. I was blessing the United. I don't want to offend people, but I know you don't. You are more than welcome. You have been with us. More, it would be a pleasure for me. Okay, just know that I will, for example, I bless the United States this weekend. I don't like him. I never consume much of Hassan content, but I never like him for some reason. Pillow, I was commenting this earlier to District and Flying Energies as we were discussing the war situation. I was commenting, Pillow doesn't like it, him, naturally, because he shocked his own dog on stream. Honestly, you can, most of them would call me a Nazi or whatever, but I never ever thought of torturing any entity in the. I would establish education camps and etc. That Pillows always said, like education at schools, not camps, but torturing like that, a human being. At least I can say I didn't do that for a starter. Oh, yeah. Living point reach in the vicinity. Data collection point. We have to collect the magma. No Discord, no Pillow, and don't and never feel bad about the invitation over at Discord. You can read that is for followers. Had you joined it, if you read the rules and follow the rules, just know that it's like that. Pretty much, pretty much, it's like that. Where is OT? OT? The link. You can just click the banner and that. There's one rule. Create a name that is the same as your name here, or if it's different, say I'm Pillow. Hello, I'm Pillow. Or pretty much. Hello, I'm Pillow. I have the identities confirmed. Like the ID. It's like the ID. Like your name here on Twitch is the ID. It's because I've been botted in the past and I've been hacked in the account with the account and etc. I don't know why, because it's not even that big. You would be number 15, I think. So pretty much, pretty much. But I got hacked, so I require IDs like that. Like say I am Pillow, or change your nick. Your nick over at the server can be different than your general nick. Put as nick Pillow, or just write a message if it's a different name. I am Pillow over at the Discord. Chaotic chemistry. You are also invited always with the rules and etc. Well, see, those are the kind of questions that I would reply to him. If he doesn't want to reply, Pillow, you don't have to. Chaotic chemistry. He doesn't want to reply. You are always free to reply or say no. It's perfectly fine, the intimacy of all of us. Oh well. In that sense, I think it will be anyways less shocking for you than it was for me that, of course, I'm not crazy. It's 1 million. Uh, See, I told you too. Okay. Oh, Pillow, there you go. Someone who agreed with you. Someone who agreed. There we go. I feel like we are gonna be. Okay, okay. That's it. That's important. I don't know, Pillow, because generally the rule is that opposites attract each other. So you can see that you told me you were banned from a lot of other supposedly leftist stream. Fun fact that a lot of other supposedly leftist streams, and yet here you left, you unfollowed and you rejoined, and and we could do a clean slate like that. In Turkey, you can evade military service in 2 ways. I can imagine one by getting either working in a different country for over a year, governmental data, but it's not here. Okay, they are like specific points. True. This one is quite complex, because they are like very specific points. One was there, then the other one is on the others. It should be more or less over here. Hang on, because they are like very specific. I don't know how you would deduce this in any other fucking way. Hang on, it should be here. Is the second one? Ah, no, I got the second one. I didn't get the first one. Hang on, I got the second one. No, hang on, because here, otherwise I will. Now I read the messages, because otherwise I can get lost. Give me 1 second. There's one point that I cannot find. See how many lost people are there in here. Hang on, Pillow. Now I read it. Now I read off your conversation. Otherwise, no problem. Conversing it. Hang on. You have to like enter here. I cannot enter. It's like in between. There's like an entrance in between. Or not? No, it's here. Here? It's like so specific. Should be more. I should be on top of it. Huh. Let me clear these mobs. Or by proving you are rainbow flag people on video. That country is most likely Germany, I assume. No, he said it's Turkey. Because that is in writing, by the way, there has to be a... Well, otherwise you are not rainbow and you have to serve. Probably law. Well, pretty much. I didn't know such interesting fact. Such interesting fact that there is a way for people to evade military service in such... This one is the spot. Hang on. To evade military service in such way. In such way. Yeah, but hang on. I have chat open like that. Sorry guys. It's just that. Yeah, my guild is. I have more friends. That sense. But last time I checked, over 1 point... No, this was a bold political move by Erdogan. But last time I checked, over 1.8 million people already got permanently disqualified for being rainbow flags. By that definition, the rainbow flag population in Turkey is over at least 3. Uh, okay. Please change my rank on the other tools and account. Right, and now which says I can access the guild bank or do anything. Okay. Oh, which names? Which names? Which names? Hang on, people. I have to set his Black Widow. Okay, I think I had them sorted alphabetically. Hang on, people. I'm helping my friend here. My friend Thor here. Alright. There we go. Black Widow. Legacy name, because legacy name is Battle Angel, by the way. The definition, I left some leftist politician created an AI video of the Polish president blowing Trump. See, got it after an hour, but still, God damn it. Okay, okay. Once. So you wanted Black Widow. this one, guild rank to demigods. Battle Legends are Prime 1 Battle Pass. So Black Widow, Jubilee. Jubilee he needed because I'm like the highest rank. Jubilee there shouldn't be any more. Yeah, this one. Rank. And Loki. Subprime has to be this one. I think as a craft golden oaks craft. Bad. Got the maths. It got deleted after an hour, but still get it. Anyway, no, sorry for the stuff that I wanted to help. As you can see, I'm always serviceable with people because I have the highest rank. And he asked me the other day. I saw it in the guild chat, and I ignored him on last Tuesday. Sorry, people. Even if it's interesting for you seeing doing my offline things like this. Which was the other one? Kickass. Kickass he needed. Hang on. Kickass. You would love this one, Pillow Kickass. Hang on, now I go back. Sorry, people. I shouldn't do this. But he asked me the other day, and I know how troublesome it could be. Okay. Yep. I don't know. So bad. There we go. Like the stream. We salute you. Okay, sorry, people. Anyway, your character in Dungeons and Dragons got downed and rolled death twice. Got death twice. I got a critical. You almost got killed in Dungeons and Dragons. Are you interested in philosophy? Yes. What are some of your favorite? Emmanuel can definitely my favorite. Pillow, I just hope you are being honest and not just saying that to piss me off. To piss me off. I just hope you're not just saying that to piss me off, Pillow. Not only that to piss me off. Wink. Yeah, I can see why you and the streamer disagree so much. Indeed. And you can call me Era. Everyone calls me Era in game, and over here in SWTOR people call me Era. Pretty much, or you can call me by my real name. My real name is Christian or Emmer. I have two real names. So any of those are good. People generally like Era because it's short in game. Patriot, for example, calls me Era or Boss. In his case, that one is one very personal because he liked of the portion of philosophy and etc. In that sense. So yeah, Hey, I cannot find the. I think the map is wrong at this point, people. I think the map is wrong because I cannot find location one. Ah, it's a flooded lava tunnel, so you have to go the east through the east entrance of the flooded lava tunnel. Okay. Well, I don't know if it's the west or the. Is this one the east one? Correct? Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Let me see. Yeah, from this position, it should be the other one. The one that is right at the base there. Okay, it's that one. It's the one that I passed by. No, no, okay, okay, because it depends on the position. Outside of Jean, Paul Sartre, Winston, John Rabbit, Heidegger, Marx, Engels, Aristotle, Socrates. How I love how among all of the most relativist ones, he included Aristotle, who is the father of relativism in that sense. At least he could have this one. This one is the position. Here, this one we have to take the sample. It was underground. That was the trick. Okay, so we know that it has to be lava 100%. It has to be the magma, actually. How about you? He was innocent. He didn't know any better. I like Kant. I also like David Hume. Oof, David Hume. That one is worse than the one. Yeah, I remember he told me those. David Benatar, Thomas Nagel, Bausch Spinoza, Schopenhauer. Those are good. Please, Daniel Dennett and Galen Strauss. All relativists. in that in that sense. Okay, the next position. Let me seek the next position. How? Position 3, people. Is I honestly, it's right at the point of at the point of the quest. Here, let me kill them because I already died once. There we go. There we go. Let me clean the way. Pretty much because then I'm very aligned with the analytic tradition in philosophy. See, that's why he did agree. He can acknowledge a lot, some of the things openly that I say in that sense. Regardless of completely disagreeing with me in that sense. So yeah. I was mentioning precisely, pretty much chaotic chemistry. No worries if you also want to check out the Discord, as I told Pillow. You may see some popular things, but nothing worse than what I say here. So yeah, it's a good way to think, says Pillow. Mm. The worst, the most interesting part is like the fact that you told me, Pillow, that you went to Thomas Aquinas school. So in that sense, makes sense because it's like a rebellious spirit also in a way. I also went to all Catholic schools and I didn't really and I wasn't a rebel in that sense. I was a bit more a traditionalist, but it has to do with my country and all as well. Oh no! Dang it! These brutes are about to kill me. Oh, this has to. I need to be careful because the mobs here, as you can see, people, are quite powerful. Let me one full thundering blast. Let me complete the rotation cycle. There we go. It's a good way to think. I think that if you are going to have a deep personal connection to philosophy, analytics are a good one to follow. Also, how could have I forgotten my god, Jean-Jacques Rousseau? Mm. Sadly, I cannot help you people with those, as they were all way past the point. I realism could expand upon in that sense. The father of the French Revolution, dawn of the modern era. Followed then. If it's that period, I'm deducing. but which was the name? The like the opposite of British empiricism, the French rationalism of Descartes. It's probably an inheritor of Descartes. Could it be? Was it previous to Descartes or after Descartes? Below. If it was after Descartes, it was like a rehash of the fight between William Fulham and Thomas Aquinas. In that sense, pretty much a French. It was like French rationalism versus British empiricism, like against John Locke. It was like British versus French. It was like the reiteration of William Fulham versus Thomas Aquinas, slowly leading up to Immanuel Kant, where, to be honest with you, I'm not really a big fan of French philosophers in general. He's more of British empiricism because of David Hume. If he likes David Hume, if you like David Hume, chaotic chemistry, in that fight, it was like a rehash of Thomas Aquinas versus William of Ockham. Then, yes, they had their own differences. Like, yeah, at that point, it was like it was like history repeating itself, just on a more relativist part of the scale of the spectrum until Kant. Well, yeah, where would we be today if some indeed Habsburg ruled half of Europe and the other half was ruled by the Bourbon and the Roman? The management of the Habsburg was quite efficient in medieval times. Was quite efficient, much more than the Bourbon, I would say. That's understandable. My favorite philosophers are mostly German. German and Prussian, because back then they were Prussian. It's the same, but it's the same at the end of the day. But I would say that they were Prussian and that influenced it. For example, Immanuel Kant is not. I wouldn't call him German. I would call him Prussian. Oh, but in the 20th century, the Habsburg overrule was less organized. Yeah, much less. Yeah, pretty much. I'm like in love with the original, with uh, the original one in medieval times. I'm an old school person, people, as you can see. Yeah, pretty much. Damn, these brutes are difficult to kill. They can take a beating. I am at full power, pretty much. No, don't worry, Shay. Well, yes, worry, you are dead, but pretty much. So interesting what you said, Pillow. So the criminal, the criminal, the criminal that is Kessan, because that person should be in jail. That person should be in jail for saying that the United States, the country that is giving him everything, deserved a certain success that happened back in 2001. A criminal, uh, is now like hunting opposition, pretty much a Soviet Union style communism. Interesting, interesting. Interesting concept. We are going back to the Soviet Union. Mass reporting. Interesting concept. Very interesting concept. The Trotskyists in my country will I don't know the spot, but here I can do it. Gather the well, we are finally done with the 5 spots. These ones were the most difficult to do. After gathering the Ormantel data, so he's doing that after shocking his own dog and etc. Interesting concepts. Definitely humanity will progress with all of those. Definitely. So after gathering the Ormantel data, you need to travel to Oricon and Quesh. Oh, we are going to my home planet. Well, to the home planet of the Dreadmasters, to beautiful Oricon, people. This is my favorite planet. This is based on the Lord of the Rings, based on Mordor of the Lord of the Rings, in that sense. By the way, I didn't read the. You were so pretty much so engaged with the conversation with between you two. The Dungeons and Dragons campaign there. Got like a bit lost whenever you like. Could you join the Discord, Pillow? Did you put? Did you identify as Pillow? Did in my D&D party has gone over the trade company side. Okay, okay, okay. You chose the trade company side. He also tells me about his Dungeons and Dragons campaign, chaotic chemistry, basically. So just so you know, you can. And we almost died, but feel free to chat about philosophy. No probs there. He pretty much tell you your philosophy and mine. I would say regarding philosophy to wrap it up, as you told me in the Dungeons and Dragons campaign, that between British empiricism and French rationalism, Descartes versus John Locke, I pretty much and well, David Hume there made it worse, I think, and etc. But I would pick British empiricism at the end of the day. So if I had to pick, I would pick John Locke as a relativist. If I had to pick one in that period instead of William of Ockham, I wouldn't classify him as relativist. He's a nominalist because he still acknowledged that objective reality could be reached. What do I do here? Here. It's a very specific spot, so basically that. My D&D has gone over to the trade company side, and we almost died. Okay. Oh, and you are like, if you had to roll, and what happens if you die? Have you discuss it with your dungeon master? What happens if you die? You like leave the room and you cannot join the game, like pretty much. You cannot join the game anymore, pretty much. Or does he let you play an NPC in the meantime? You die. Well, yes, of course, Pillow, of course you die. Of course you die. Yes, you die. But can you keep playing with the people? Or you have to, like, not play anymore and wait for the next campaign with the same people? Can you play an NPC? Like, voice him, at least. Because Dungeon Masters choose between those things at the end of the day. How are the protests going? You play as a side character. Okay, okay, okay. But if all major characters die, the campaign ends. Okay, well, the protests go. How are they going here in Argentina? Well, the laws were approved. Law and order prevailed. There were some rubber bullets, but the bill passed. The Trotskyists are psychologically destroyed, even more with the news that they are getting from Middle East and etc. Yeah, pretty much. I feel that finally we left a period of darkness in which our labor laws were from the 70s in that sense. Chaotic. I don't play D&D. I also don't in South America. It's not common. I mainly play detective and puzzle games such as I play the Sherlock Holmes game from Frogwares and Hercule Point games. I also play this Coalition, although I didn't finish the game. Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. The original Frogwares Sherlock Holmes games. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Few people know about them. That's quite sad. That's terribly sad. That's terribly sad. Good on you. Good on you for playing them. They are quite brilliant. They encompass the true spirit of it very, very well. I have to play them. From Jack the Ripper to the Testament to the case of Arsene Lupin to I don't like mystery games. They are the only ones that I like because I like Sherlock Holmes reading. Play this Coalition and finish it. To play a card game called No! That's why you become chaotic. No way. No way. No way. No way. You know about chaotic, the Danish card game from the cartoon. No way. No way. The one that I told to District endlessly to play. Okay. Which has a server Discord to play the game called Chaotic Rico. Bro, no, yeah. No. Chaotic is so amazing. The greatest, the finest creation of Danish minds. Chaotic. No, no, an amazing cartoon from the early 2000s. I don't know how any of you could like it because there were no rainbow flag individuals. It was so ahead of its time. Chaotic, chaotic. Let everyone, every. I have a Danish viewer, Yims, and he didn't play chaotic. Hugo was also big, but the best Danish creation, the greatest Danish creation, is chaotic. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! People, for those of you who don't know, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Mostly. I'm a kid from the 90s, Pillow. Yes, I used to be so addicted to the game as a kid. I think I was watching some of the good episodes. No, 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 no. I never could never get the cards because here Yu-Gi-Oh! Was much more dominant and Pokemon TCG, but no, 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 no. It's like a throwback to the early 2000s. You must be from the early 2000s. You must be more or less my age. Then, if you know Chaotic, maybe could be a bit younger because it was a bit earlier, but Chaotic, the greatest Danish creation of all time. One could think is the brain developments and everything, and the vaccines against diabetes and everything, and etc. No, no, the greatest creation is Chaotic. I didn't know how do you play like Recode. I'm actually born in 2002. Okay, I'm from 1995, so it's a 7. You are 23. You are 23. 23 should be, depending on when you were born. Okay, so there's a Discord in which you play the game like Chaotic Recode. Oh, I didn't know that. You know about Chaotic? No. Then you, it's so amazing. It's so amazing. Chaotic is so amazing. The early 2000s. What a great time. No rainbow flags. Chaotic is amazing. People, everyone has to try it. The same for you, but chaotic. No, that's why you had it in the name. I was going to ask you. Okay, 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 okay. The cartoon was amazing. I mean, chaotic was also revolutionary since it started with the physical cards that had a code and you could play on. Yes, yes, yes. No, but the idea of the series is also so ahead of its time, so ahead of its time. Basically, for those of you who don't know, basically, um basically then I need to go to Quest. Let's go to Quest, people. Basically, then the idea was that Major Tom and 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 his friends would go to real chaotic online in that sense, and there the creatures were real and so original. The creation, it's brutally sad that the creator wouldn't revive chaotic at all. Tom Cast plays on Ansara. Yes, yes, yes. I have all of the episodes in high definition on a hard drive, pretty much, because Netflix is way too stupid and busy with political agendas as to air that majestic, exquisite work of art in that sense. So forgotten, chaotic. I still watch it. One of the best. I love it that it also had a component of philosophy, because with the creatures, the real creatures of the cards, would, in that sense, uh, basically have their own world. It's similar to another try that of line of toys that was called Gormiti by that one was Italian, by in the early 2000s. Like you have the continent is more of has a component of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm an overworld player. My favorite creature is an willow. I won't read it. It has to be Maxor. Ah no, Tanga's Toneborn. Yeah. Yeah, I never learned how to play the TCG. It's one of my pending debts in life. Learning how to play Chaotic and Magic the Gathering. And Magic the Gathering, both of them. From the early 2000s, of course. All of anything that was modern, no. I have some games to learn to play. But Chaotic, since it never had a video game, to teach uh, people to play it. If you didn't have the cards physically, it was impossible to learn the rules. in that sense. So I would lean towards Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, so why can you say that Maxor is not your favorite creature? How can you say that as an overworld player that Maxor isn't your favorite creature, the king of the overworld? In that sense, you can still play Chaotic on Chaotic Discord. Just Google Chaotic Discord and join the Discord server. You can play with any cards you want. And but do they teach how? Mm, In that sense, I would like. I'll be honest with you. I would like to first play like against. I would like to have a game like on not on my phone because I hate phones, on my 3DS or my PS Vita, something like that, that could let me play like against a good AI because Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the thing, has video games that you can play against good AIs in that sense. In that sense, uh, which is what Chaotic lacked. There was no way to learn the rules without getting the cards, and if they weren't distributed locally, you couldn't get them. No, they don't teach you how to play. You gotta figure it out on your own, but there's some YouTube videos explaining how to play the TCG. Well, see, that's the problem, people. I cannot understand how the creator, the Danish creator, doesn't do something. It needs a new anime, a new, like, it wasn't an anime. It was like, the first season was a Western cartoon. The second and the third were animes. When they upgrade, they changed the animation quality. They changed the studio, I think, as well. But the biggest one is the first season, the longest one. Sorry, the biggest one, the longest one. Uh, and that's the thing. If you didn't have at least one starter pack, you couldn't do it, and it's lost to time. See, we need less rainbow flags, more chaotic in the world, people. See, that is the key. That is the key. No, 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 no. It's they need he needs a video game, a video game. They need a video game to teach the rules. It's like that. It's the only thing that the creator needs to do. He still has the original license there in Denmark. The Danish creator needs to step up and revive it. That would be one of the top 1 successes of humanity. Top 10 successes of humanity that should happen in that sense. Sorry if it sounds exaggerated, but it needs to. That's the only correct course of history. That's the only correct course of history. And I was never a Maxor fan. For some reason, you always liked Tanga Stormborn more. I got so upset with Tanga we had to sacrifice himself to stop the Marillion strike. No, yes, that moment was so sad. Yet very, very well executed. Very well executed. No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see now why. I see now why. I see now why. No, my favorite, I don't remember the name, was a hooded. Like there's an episode in which Python grabs Tom and tells him to get to meet the uh, the Marillion, I think it was a king. That not all of them were like evil in that sense. And he also had to sacrifice himself another time in third season to stop Beethoven. The other spirit language, I didn't get that far and I don't remember. But you know, my favorite one was the hooded man from the desert that once tells Tom and Python and he sacrifices, but then he reappears that every beginning is an end, every end is a beginning. I think no, Peyton invited Tom to that one. My Myperian was is there. That one, sorry. Show not all the Myperians. That one, the Myperian. That one, the Myperian. That one. The hooded Myperian. I don't know the name, but the hooded Myperian of the desert that told him every beginning is an end, every end is a beginning. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful phrase to encompass a pretty good philosophy of life in that sense. Very, very, very well done in that sense. That one, I don't know the name. That Mypedian. That Mypedian. The hooded one, the purple hooded one. Tyan sacrificed himself to actually use him on his deck to defeat that one. Tyan. That one, then nasty. So defeat an overworld player with prejudice again. That one. That episode. That episode is my favorite. That episode is my favorite. That episode is my favorite because by the end, no, but by the end he appears. By the end of the chapter, he appears like he survived. In that sense, by the end of the episode, he appears that he survived. That he survived. In that sense, it appears that he survived. He appears in a flash. By the end of it, he had an ability to like resurrect. Probably one might pity and use music to revive him. No, he had like a special ability. Not the music. It wasn't the music. It was like he had an ability to like resurrect or something like that. He had an ability to. It was something that only he could do. In that sense, like he would implode, and he would. That was the very reason of every beginning is an end. Every end is a beginning. Beautifully put. In that sense, so global gorillas. I have to kill the globals. So yeah, pretty much. It's like that's my favorite chapter in that sense because it's a true phrase. Every beginning is an end. Every end is a beginning. It does seem that the universe isn't like constantly, um, perpetually going to ever end or start at that point. No, the Tyan ability is to sacrifice himself to do damage on the opponent. It's 25 of damage. Then how he revived? He appears like alone. I don't know. He appears like alone. I don't know. It's like I don't know how he revived, but by the end of the episode, I remember he appears. By it. It's absolutely majestic. Absolutely majestic. That episode was very well written. Very well written. In that sense. That's what I'm saying. Probably one Mypedian found his body and revived him. Okay. You know more about it than me. Yeah. I honestly always thought it was the ability, and that was a poetic way of putting it, but no way. But no problem. Would have been better to write that, but it would have been an OP card probably then, in that sense. Very well. So that was why you had chaotic in your name. Now I feel at home. Now I feel at home that my stream proved to be very useful. Well, besides a lot of amazing people that I met, but that one is a very important. Very important in that sense. In that sense. Yeah. So people are playing like a recoded version of it. They need a video game. It needs and hate the Danians for what they done to Rastus. That what I know. I don't remember that much. I need to watch it back, but I don't have the time so far. I haven't had the time so far. But no. One of the most underrated chapters of a good period of humanity in which cartoons were for all ages. No, without a doubt. Yeah, I always mention it on stream. I mention it to Yims, my Danish viewer, pretty much that he loves mmorpgs. He didn't know chaotic, and pretty much I told him that how can you not know chaotic? This is a scene, and I also recommended it to District that you saw earlier from Romania. Pretty much in that sense. Pretty much. I was always much more Yu-Gi-Oh. I always I play Yu-Gi-Oh very well, not against the people, not competitively, but I understand the mechanics well. Even the updated ones that they destroyed. In the case of Yu-Gi-Oh, it has to go back to what it was once before. All the community, except the speed, it was the opposite of chaotic. If chaotic stayed very stagnant, Yu-Gi-Oh just like made the game so fast that there's no longer an interaction between players. There's no longer any interaction between players. It feels like you are playing solitary alone. There's no connection with the other player at that point. It's negation after negation after negation after negation after negation after negation, and they ruined it. No, in that sense. And Magic the Gathering, I have to learn. Pokemon TCG, I also played on the computer, and many games, the Game Boy games, pretty much, and well, there's an old one that I showcased from the early 2000s, which is Pokemon Plate version 2. I had version 1 on a disc on an old compact 98 PC, sorry. Uh, and well, I did showcase Pokemon TCG version 2, Pokemon Plate version 2 on stream. So pretty much, uh, pretty much the only ones left for me are chaotic. That is impossible. Like that is very very hard without a video game. They need a video game, and then the TCG, and then Magic the Gathering, which is only a TCG. That one doesn't have any other medias, any other media. Sorry, media to 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 represent it. So yeah, those are pending devs from the 90s and early 2000s that I need to do. But yeah, well, I am so glad that someone who plays chaotic watches me. You have no idea. Then I have to rewatch the episodes because I have to rewatch them because it's absolutely glorious. Finally, see how specific the point is, people. It's absolutely glorious. I don't have enough time nowadays as to deal with those, but no. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Uh, I told Yims from Denmark that he should do watch it, and also District here that he also loves series from the 90s and etc. And 100%, 100%. I always recommend Chaotic, Megas XLR, Invader Zim, but Chaotic is like so unfair, so unfair. Okay, people. Sadly, we won't get the Datacron today because we still have more quests. We are at mission number 7. We're at mission number 7. This was mission number 6. We still need 2 more, plus getting the Datacron. So we are not getting it today. We have to travel all across the galaxy doing those. And besides, I had a great time chatting here with all of my people about all of my great friends about the world. I am truly blessed that it took me 4 years. It took me 4 years. Separatists are attacking. What the fuck? Well, I was going to end, but this will make it impossible for a bit here. I am glad that my stream, even if it took me 4 years of hard work being alone and etc., fortunately, it attracts the correct people by now. It never attracted any other, in the sense in the first year and etc. But by now, when I hit affiliate last year, thanks to District's recommendations at least and everything. Well, there's the next one. There's always a backup. That's the quest that we need to do. That's the 7th quest. We need to do that one and one more. We'll do it on Thursday. But I'm very glad for that. Okay, so I need to release a video game about chaotic people. I need to release a video game, 100%. Okay, Eraser has to go, has had dinner. Era has to go, has had dinner. That sounds chaotic. I am glad that your name was that. Because of that, I was going to ask, but you said it before. So Good, good about the card game. Okay, okay. As you could see, Pillow also thinks like you, a bit more like you than me, and well, I hope it's always enjoyable company. So thank you for finally someone who play. Okay, I also gotta go. I need to do some homework. Go. It was a real pleasure. Thank you for visiting me today. Thanks to you, Chaotic. Thanks to Flying Energies. Thanks to Patrick, to Pillow, and to District for visiting me today. Also to Ambra, that he's busy there in Poland with his career or at university. Hope you have a good night. Hard and lovely doggies saying hard from here. Chaotic, it was it's a real pleasure with you, as with all of them. Thanks to Patrick above all for always visiting me, without a doubt, right at the beginning, and thanks to all of you from the bottom of my heart. I really enjoy your company. By the way, so next time we can chat about the war or whatever. Pretty much as we get to the ending of the for the Datacron people, we have this quest and one more, and we get to start the Datacron. So it will be a two stream process. I know that I also get lost chatting about things, but I more or less try to do the things and pretty much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, people. Below, in case you are still watching, also thanks to you from the bottom of my heart. I think I named you anyways. And if you're over at the Discord server, I will now get to check your name as I have dinner. Okay? Just leave a message saying I am Pillow, or leave a message that is Pillow. Okay. Thank you for the bottom of my heart, people. See you all on Thursday. Bye bye. Have a great week. Bye bye. Stay safe. Stay at home if you are in Europe.